Kia ora tātou. Before we get into our kōrero today, we've just got a brief video, which is a recap on yesterday's mahi and our site visits for those who weren't able to join us. So, cue the video, please.
E tūwana au ki te taumata o nongotaha. Ka te tiro whakararo ihu ki waku iwi o Ngāti Whakaue I runga I te wako o te arawa. E rere ana te utehina ki ngā karekare o Rotorua Nui a Kahumata Momoe. Ka tai te waka ki uta ki ngā marae nuku a te o te kautu, Kia rongo I te reo pōhiri o wakuhapu ki korā, e mihi nei, e karanga nei. On behalf of Ngāti Whakauē Rotorua Lakes Council and the Host Committee, it is my privilege to welcome you all to the whenua of Whakauē Kei Pāpā, to the Rohe of Tarawa Waka, and to thank you all for your attendance at the 7th National Housing Conference. At this time, our thoughts are with those that have been impacted by tāwhiri mātia and those where housing vulnerability exists. And know that at the centre of this conference are two key kaupapa: climate impact and homelessness. The theme of our conference is Tukua mai kia piri, Tukua mai kia tata, which means the bringing of people together, a line that embodies Te Arawa calling to all and welcoming them to our rohe. When organising the conference, the committee has remained steadfast on the importance of changing the narrative of Māori housing. That one key purpose of this conference is to highlight the current issues that we face, but balance it with the innovative solutions being delivered in relation to kāinga all around this country. By Māori, for Māori. The conference will cover a range of topics from economic issues through to off-site manufacturing, Papakanga through to housing as a human right, and each kaupapa provides a unique perspective that we hope will provide learnings for all our attendees. There are a number of key outcomes that we hope to achieve from the conference. One is to change the narrative to be more focused on what we are achieving and not just the issues we face. 2, that we motivate people with new learnings that they can apply in action in their community. And 3, that you fill your kete with new connections that help inspire and strengthen you to continue with the important mahi that each and every one of you does for your community. I spoke recently of the eloquent writings of Moana Jackson, and I feel like his words are very relevant today. He wrote about the conflation between house and home, and that home is a concept of place, a concept of belonging, a concept of being. The notion of home must be as deeply rooted in the earth as are the mountains, and the idea of home must be built on love. The writing of Moana Jackson is something that resonates with us all here today. Let what we build for our whānau be built on love. Let us be continually reminded that the bricks and mortar build a house, but the love and connection builds a home. In closing, the beautiful words of Maya Angelou clearly articulate the whakaaro of the host committee, and it is simply, I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. Tukua mai kia piri, tukua mai kia tata.
Ka tira tēnā rā tātou katoa. Ko wai tēnei e tū atu nei, e mihi atu nei kia koutou. Me ki rā heuri whāngai tēnei no Te Arawa Waka, Te Arawa Tangata. I whakatipuria hau ki roto o te kautu, ki roto o Ngāti Whakauē. I raro i taku kraua whāngai a te kotahi tangatei, rāua ko taku kuia a mihi paia mai o hateit. Me ki rā ko te krapu whutupōro e kingi, e mohio ana koe, e mohio ana hoki a te mana hau Scotty Morrison, ko Waikite iroiro. I kuraina hoki a hau ki roto o Ngāti Uenuku kōpako ki raro i a tākuta Kathy Dews, ki te kura kaupapa Māori o Ruamata ki te whenua o Matawera. He whaititiri ki te rangi ko te arawa ki te whenua, tēnei rā te mihi nui kia koutou katoa, tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou. My children also like to introduce me to their many hoa as Mama Mikey Sherman, One News. It is an honour and a privilege to have been asked to be your MC for the National Māori Housing Conference for 2023. Thank you so much for having me. We have a stellar lineup of speakers over the next 2 days to inspire you to continue to push and innovate in the space of housing for the betterment of our whānau, our communities and our iwi. I'd now like to run through a few housekeeping rules before we kick off our kai kōrero sessions. The toilets e Huama, you will find them if you head out of our door to the left, turn right, and they're just around the corner there. This is a smoking and vape-free area e te whānau he wāhi, auahi kore tēnei, nō reira kia kahara koutou ki te haere, ki te hīkoi, ne? In case of an emergency, please exit safely and calmly out the main front doors, and you'll see there a sign, e toru ngā tāngata, you could call them te tokotoru tapu. They will look after you, ko ngā ana hera pono era. There is a sign, an evacuation sign. We'll all meet there out in the car park in case of an emergency. I would now like to invite up onto the stage someone who is no stranger to most of you here in this room. He holds a Bachelor of Architecture with honours from the University of Auckland and is currently the lead advisor for policy and engagement with Te Matapihi, the National Māori Housing Advocate. Here to discuss what has happened since the last National Māori Housing Conference in 2021, hosted by Ngāti Kahungunu, e mihi ana kia koutou Ngāti Kahungunu, kua pākinotia nei, e Huripari Gabriel, o tira kia koutou o te tai rāwhiti tāmaki makaurau me te tai tokerau. Here to discuss what has happened since our last National Māori Housing Conference, e te iwi homaira te pakipaki, Wayne Knox.
Ngō taha maunga utuhina awa, roto rua moa nā karanga mai. E te mana o te whenua, e te hau o te kāinga, e te pākārito, a whakaue kai pāpā, e tupu, e tupu. Ngāti whakaue, te arawa waka, te nā koutou. Nā koutou, te karanga, tukua mai kia piri, tukua mai kia tata, te rākwaia, te rākwa whakatūtuki. Mihi mai rā koutou, e ngā waru pūmanawa. Ki ngā ope tuatini, koe ke mai ki runga ki a koutou. Kia whakarewa kai ai, te hui huinga āmotu nei, mo ngā take whakatupu kāinga, whakatū whare ora, mo ngai tātou te iwi Māori. Anō reire e ngā mātā waka, e ngā karangatanga maha. Tātou e whakatinana nei, tēnei o ngā tungi kōrero, mahi a te mahi, hei paenga mo te iwi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia rahuhi mai tātou katoa. Ko taupiri te maunga, ko tainui te waka, ko waikato te iwi, ko waikato te awa. O ta tau te tangata he piko he taniwha, waikato taniwha rau. My name is Wayne Knox, and it's my great privilege to stand here on behalf of Te Matapihi, he tirohanga mo te iwi trust. The seed for Te Matapihi was actually planted right here in Rotorua at the first ever National Māori Housing Conference in 2010. At that conference, there was a call to action to create an independent platform to advocate for Māori housing at a national level. And it's that call to action that Te Matapihi continue to serve. This is the 7th biennial National Māori Housing Conference. From the first conference here in Rotorua, it moved to Waitangi, then to Whanganui, Tauranga Moana, Waikato, Ngāti Kahungunu, and now we've come full circle back to where the kaupapa began. So it's timely to reflect now on how far we've come. The conference has continued to grow, and with nearly 900 registrations, this is the largest ever. The fact that so many are here is testament to how important a secure, healthy, affordable home is, especially for our whānau that don't have one. That's the reason, they are the reason why we're here. I've been asked to speak to what's changed since our last conference 2 years ago in Heretaunga. What's changed in that short space of time? Well, nothing much, only everything. E tika nanga kōrero o ngā mātua ngā tūpuna he ao huri tēnei. But I'm going to start a little bit further back than my mandate of 2 years and go back to the 2018 conference in Waikato. At that hui, there were 2 announcements made that to me signalled a sea change. The first was that an Associate Minister of Housing, Maori, will be established. And that was first held by Nanaia Mahuta, subsequently by Penny Hinare and currently by Willie Jackson. And by the way, ministers are running late. Their plane was delayed, so we've had to rejig our program to accommodate that, but they will be here. The other announcement made at that conference was that a Maori housing unit will be set up within the then new Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. And soon after, Kararaina Calcott Cribb was appointed as the tumuaki of that unit, Te Kāhui Kāinga Ora. Nanaia and Kara, in consultation with iwi and the Māori housing sector, then set about devising one of the best acronyms you'll ever come by. Māori and iwi housing innovation, MAIHI. And in 2020, in the midst of the first national COVID lockdown, the MAIHI framework for action was launched. MAIHI came out swinging. In the cabinet paper it states, the negative impacts of colonisation, land dispossession and housing system failures on Māori are clear. Māori have not been central to previous governments' responses to addressing the growing housing crisis. Evidence shows extensive disparity between Māori and Pākehā along the housing continuum over decades, and that's a well-known fact to all of us in this room. MAIHI gave us hope not just because it acknowledged past and present injustices, but because it held whānau at its centre, because of its punchy prerogatives, respond, review, reset. Responding to immediate needs, focusing on reducing homelessness, reviewing current Crown policies and programs to identify and remove barriers, and fundamentally resetting systems and processes so that the housing system provides equitable outcomes for our people. The framework also introduced the Māori Whare Wānanga, a forum for Crown and Māori housing sector representatives to drive change at pace, scale, and at the integration needed across the whole system and across the full housing continuum. That's a big remit. And the first Māori Whare Wānanga was held in Pōneke in December of 2020. 10 key resolutions came out of that wānanga, and there was a strong emphasis on the need to increase government investment in Māori housing. The call to action was, Crown, give us the resources and get out of the way. And that brings us in our timeline to the 2021 conference in Heretaunga, which actually had to be postponed due to COVID. Ngāti Kahungunu hosted us under the mantle Hei Tuanui, Hei Whāriki. It was a chance to rekindle the flames of whanaungatanga, to be inspired by the developments in Te Mataua Maui and across the motu. The following month, in March, saw another major milestone for Māori housing, when the Waitangi Tribunal converged on Te Poia Marae for the first hearing of Y2750, the kaupapa inquiry into housing. Stage 1 of the inquiry focused on homelessness. Te Poia Marae opened their doors to homeless whānau in 2016, and in so doing so, forced the government to admit that we have a housing crisis. Here's the bro Huri, getting a grilling from Crown Law. It looks like he's got the upper hand though. In his evidence, Huri offered a tangata whenua definition of homelessness, which emphasised the impact rather than the circumstance of homelessness. In his evidence, he states, homelessness is the absence and loss of kāinga, ahi kāroa, the capability and capacity to achieve and sustain an enduring state of whānau ora tū mana motu hake. Homelessness takes away the right to determine what a home should be and should look like for whānau and individuals. Homelessness impacts on the dignity, respect, integrity, mana and tapu of all those afflicted, resulting in humiliation and embarrassment. I also want to quote the evidence given on behalf of Ngāti Whakauweki Maketu, because it speaks to our shared experience. The evidence states, my people were first severed from our ties to the whenua by raupatu. This began with war, confiscation and urupatu, and was codified by the native land laws and Crown land purchase operations. The Crown has admitted that this was ultimately how we were excluded from our ancestral lands and sacred sites. Māori are now disproportionately affected by homelessness, housing deprivation, and housing insecurity. Like any tribunal hearing or any treaty claim process, it was hard going, and it's nowhere near over. Future stages of the inquiry will focus on whenua Māori, the use and development of Māori land for housing, housing policy, practice and regulation of the housing market, social housing and the provision of public housing by central or local government, and the relationship between poor physical and mental health and housing. So let's move forward now to May of 2021 and the release of Budget 21. This was a watershed moment for Māori housing, where Minister Pini Henare launched Papakanga Whaioranga, the most significant investment in Māori housing in decades. Papakanga Whaioranga committed $730 million over 4 years as follows: $211 million in Māori and iwi-led housing development, $17 million into technical capability, $13 million into capacity and capability, $139 million into Papakanga, repairs and maintenance, in the Sorakainga Ora home ownership program, and $350 million into Māori housing infrastructure. That's amazing, and I think when our ministers arrive, they deserve our congratulations, along with the Māori caucus and also Te Tua Papakura Kāinga and Te Puni Kōkiri. And we're tracking well, as our dashboard shows us. As at December of last year, over 900 new homes have been approved. Over half of those are being delivered by the iwi prototypes in Te Tairāwhiti, Taranaki, Ngāti Kahungunu and Te Taitokerau. And we'll hear from 2 of those prototypes over the next 2 days. Repairs to 400 homes have been approved. Over $12 million has been invested into building capability, and over 1,500 infrastructure sites have been approved across the motu, including some right here in Rotorua. I'm humbled to sit on the Papakanga Whaioranga governance group alongside Andrew Crisp, the CEO of Te Tua Papakura Kāinga, Dave Samuels, CEO of Te Puni Kōkiri, and Jamie Tuta on behalf of the National Iwi Chairs Forum. And like any committee made up of exclusively of males, it's supported by 2 dynamic wahine who get the work done. Grace Smith from Te Puni Kōkiri and Kararaina. Always at the front of all of our minds is the need to safeguard this kaupapa, which is still really in its early days. So coming back to our timeline, and after the budget announcement, Penny was on a roll. In June of 21, Te Matapihi supported HUD and TPK with national engagement on a new national Māori housing strategy. Engagement closed with the second Maihi Whare Wānanga in July, and the new strategy Maihi Ka Ora was launched in September. The strategy was launched at the same time as the government policy statement on housing and urban development. Some of you will be familiar with the GPS is actually underpinned by the Kāinga Ora Homes and Communities Act, and it holds a 30-year vision for the housing system. It too makes a strong commitment to Māori housing. And it's posts such as these within the system that I hope will safeguard the Māori housing agenda through changes in government. The Maihi Ka Ora implementation plan was subsequently launched in March of last year. And when you look at these outcomes, they're bold, they're very considerately crafted, and I feel hopeful knowing that these statements are also an accountability mechanism. Also in March of last year was the 3rd sitting of the Maihi Whare Wānanga, hosted by Te Taitokerau with the call to action, Ka nuku, ka neke neke. Pita Tipene coined the phrase, I like this one, kia horo te ata haere. And Dame Nere Glavish challenged the Crown to push the go button. Since that time, the Te Pauahi Collective are now in the process of putting together the delivery plan for the 4th Papakanga Whaioranga iwi prototype, which will bring over $50 million of housing investment to the north. In August last year, the Maihi Ka Ora Ka Marama Māori Housing Dashboard was launched. So let's take a quick look at some of its metrics. The number of eligible Māori applicants on the social housing register has increased since 2020 by over 1,600. The number of Māori receiving support via Housing First has increased by 485 during that period, and Housing First is dedicated to those who have been experiencing homelessness for over a year. These statistics are poor proxies for the level of homelessness and severe housing deprivation experienced by Māori, which is why we need to create our own data frameworks. While we're on depressing statistics, as we adjusted to a post-COVID world, we began to hear about headwinds, another way of saying things are about to get harder. The inflation rate in New Zealand rose to 7.2% over the last year. Interest rate hikes and tighter lending rules have triggered the biggest property slump in nearly 40 years. And according to CoreLogic, there's been a 10.4% increase over the last year in construction costs. And that's culminated in a cost of living crisis to add to the housing crisis. As my ex-wife would tell you, I'm no economist. So I'm glad we've got Chamubil Yahub here with us today to make sense of all of this and to hopefully navigate us through it. So how about a good statistic? Since 2021, around 5 new kaupapa Māori community housing providers have achieved registration. This brings the total number of Māori CHPs to 25 out of a total of 71 CHPs nationally. Māori CHPs still deliver a relatively small proportion of public housing places, just over 1,800 out of a total of 1,200 that are delivered by CHPs nationally. Around half of those 1,800 are provided by the Ngāti Toa CHP, Te Ahuru Mōwai, and we'll be hearing from their Chief Executive, James Te Puni, later today. Around April of last year, we asked Māori CHPs if they'd like to set up a network, and we received an overwhelming yes. The goals of the new network are to support Māori CHPs, to increase the level of public housing delivered by Māori for Māori, and to improve how CHP regulations provide for Māori ways of working. Over the course of last year, Māori off-site manufacturing enterprises also formed a network, and in November, they formed Te Kāhui Whakatū Whare, the National Māori Off-site Manufacturing Association. Tomorrow we'll be hearing from Pānapa Eho, from Hikurangi Enterprises, who are a founding member of Te Kāhui. In December of 2022, the Maihi Whare Wānanga convened in Tūranga for an inspiring 2 days. We were hosted by Toitū Tairāwhiti under the mantle of the whakatau ki Maui Nukurau Tāngata, as we all channeled our inner Maui. On day one, we visited some of the projects underway, including the new built smart facility in Gisborne, which is pumping out houses for whānau right now. Then we went into Wānanga mode, and the following resolutions were made. 1, to develop a single platform to make it easier for our whānau across a range of opportunities and obstacles to achieve their housing aspirations. 2, that Toitū Tairāwhiti is supported to be the exemplar prototype to lead the single platform approach. 3, to establish a one-stop shop, mana motu hake Māori Housing Authority. And 4, to scale up and apply the Whaikanga Whaioranga prototype model to housing delivery across the motu. Working groups were established for each of these kaupapa, as well as a working group that's going to focus on access to capital, which remains one of the key challenges for Māori-led housing initiatives. On day 2 of the Wānanga, that was just day 1. On day 2 of the Wānanga, some exciting announcements were made. Aroha Nui ki te Tangata, a national collective who provides support pathways for whānau experiencing homelessness, signed an agreement with the Crown to establish He Ara Hiki Māori, This agreement committed $24.7 million to prototype tangata whenua-led responses to homelessness. As we know, existing interventions such as Housing First, emergency and transitional housing haven't been designed with our people. We'll hear more about Te Arahiki Māori later today from Jeff Milner and Tori Shepherd on behalf of Aroha Nui ki te Tangata. Funding for the first ever National Māori Housing Leadership Program, Mana Kāinga, was also announced at the Wānanga. Its purpose is to rapidly advance capability in the Māori housing sector. The Mana Kāinga design framework was co-produced by sector leaders who agreed that the program should be hosted by Te Matapihi. Mana Kāinga will be launched this matariki with an inaugural intake of 15 akonga. All akonga will need to be nominated into the program by their communities and bring a real-world housing project. Originator of the concept, Rau Hoskins, will share more about Mana Kāinga at the Te Matapihi breakfast on Friday morning, and we're actually receiving expressions of interest. So, that brings us to 2023. And after the wettest summer in living history for many of us, then came Cyclone Hale, which was followed soon after by Gabriel, and our world changed. We weren't ready, but straight away, all of that Māori social infrastructure that became so tightly woven through COVID kicked into gear. Our marae, our hapu, our iwi were at the centre of the response, despite many of them being cut off from the rest of the world. Needless to say, in that moment, our nation was awakened to the realities of climate change. And yet, we watched as the mainstream response seemed to miss our kāinga altogether, along with the resources. And as affluent areas had services restored promptly, while our kāinga were forgotten about, we were reminded just how racist the system can be, and I don't use that word lightly. At last night's working dinner, we heard from delegates from Te Tai Tokerau, Pare Hauraki, Te Tai Rāwhiti, and Ngāti Kahungunu, areas that were all devastated by the severe weather. We heard about their response and recovery efforts and their strategies to rebuild. Their experiences, along with their advice to us, was consistent, which I summarise in the following 7 points. 1, we are in pain. Whānau are experiencing huge mental and emotional stress. Some no longer want to go on living. We're not yet at a state of resilience, but we will be. To get there, we need to start by building whānau resilience, then environmental resilience by reclothing papatuanuku. 2, the Civil Defence and the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, failed us. No one listened, even when advice was given. No one came, or they arrived late, even after multiple requests for help and desperately needed resources. 3, our whānau relied on iwi, hapu, marae, and kāinga-led responses. Our innate pā mentality came into force. We housed and fed entire communities, even without the outside resources we should have been entitled to. 4, in a state of emergency, access to safe accommodation, food, water and wastewater, communication and electricity is crucial, especially for our vulnerable, our disabled, our kaumātua, those needing medical care, some of our highly stressed whānau where there's risk of domestic violence. These whānau need to be prioritised. 5, we are exercising our mana motuhake right now to develop our own collective recovery strategies. To support these strategies, we need a sustainable civil defence response that includes us. The response should also include health agencies, Te Aka Whaiora, Te Whatuora and others. 6, there needs to be major government investment in sustainable infrastructure, which is guided by local knowledge. We know all the areas that are prone to flooding. Roading in our isolated communities was already in a poor condition, and washed out roads and bridges continue to have a major impact on us. 7, and this harks back to the key message from the first Mahi Whare Wānanga: give us the resources and get out of the way. Allow us to do what we already do well. Make resourcing flexible so that it allows us to adapt and pivot to changing circumstances. Each of these regions have already articulated their needs and aspirations to elected members, and it's our hope that we'll reiterate them on behalf of this conference, with the support of this conference, to ministers when they arrive. And part of the course last night, we found out that there's that submissions on the Severe Weather Emergency Recovery Legislation Bill, or SWIRL, don't know if you come up with that acronym, they're due tomorrow apparently. The bill is intended to support communities and local authorities with the recovery and rebuild from recent severe weather events. So if you get a chance, whānau, keep an eye out, make a submission and ask to be heard. Looking ahead now out to the next conference, I want to offer 3 areas that I believe will continue to be priorities for our sector. And these messages we'll be putting before all the key political parties in the lead up to the elections. And any others you want us to add in there too. Firstly, ongoing significant investment in Māori-led housing solutions is critical. I would say it's the single most critical thing the government can do to improve intergenerational Māori housing outcomes. 4 years will not make an enduring difference. And this investment shouldn't be limited to Papakanga whaioranga. In fact, all housing schemes should be designed in such a way as to work for iwi and Māori providers and to work on whenua Māori. The Progressive Home Ownership Scheme is a current example of a fund that Māori are struggling to access, despite a third of the $400 million fund being tagged for the iwi Māori pathway te au taketake. And it's not because we lack capability, but because the scheme has not been designed to work for us. The holy grail of a government underwrite for Māori housing has the potential to open up hundreds of millions of dollars of private investment by de-risking Māori housing initiatives. It's a method already used in Kiwi Build and the Affordable Housing Fund, so why can't it be used for us? Secondly, the Crown must remove the vestiges of unjust and racist systemic barriers in legislation, policy and practice that undermine te tiriti and the fundamental human right to a decent home. For example, the Kāinga Whenua Loan Scheme is the only realistic source of finance for most consented build projects on whenua Māori. Since 2010, the scheme has delivered only $16 million of finance to 71 projects. That's an average of less than 6 loans per year, though granted some of these projects, some of these loans are for multiple house developments. When we add to that the challenge of navigating te ture whenua Māori and restrictive council regulations, we can see exactly the types of challenges that we're contending with. The Kāinga Whenua Loan Scheme is currently being reviewed, but we've yet to see the proof of the pudding. And one of my messages to ministers is this is one of the major systemic barriers that needs to be resolved urgently. Finally, together we must create and entrench system enablers that will safeguard Kāinga Māori for generations to come. The 1935 Māori Housing Act gave us the most successful Māori housing program ever seen in this country. Many whānau still occupy Māori Affairs houses, funded by loans made under this act. Let's take it off the shelf and give it wings to fly. Mā te huruhuru, ka rere te manu. Let's seriously look at how a Māori housing authority can empower the hopes and dreams of whānau to have a home of their own. So you can see the world really has changed in the last 2 years. So much hard work has been done, but we need to hold our course. In the timeless words of Sir James Henare, we've come too far not to go further. We've done too much not to do more. I want to wrap up now and bring us back on a high note, like Te Matatini did after the storm. We might have one of the local kapahakas performing for us tonight too, whānau. I want to acknowledge the leadership in this room. Without your leadership, none of the achievements I've mentioned and the many more that I haven't mentioned would have been possible. In this room, we have every style of leadership imaginable. We have our matriarchs, our patriarchs, We have our revolutionaries who smash down the barriers and take no prisoners, our strategists with the business smarts, our visionaries, our creatives, our innovators with their out-of-the-box thinking, our people weavers, our empaths, our collaborators, our young brainy ones, our rangatahi, our leaders of tomorrow today, and perhaps the biggest category of leaders here, those who don't consider themselves leaders at all, but servants of the people. This evening at the conference dinner, we will honour Māori housing leadership with the inaugural Māori Housing Hero Award. And I want to close by remembering one of our greats who we lost last year, someone who embodied so many of these leadership qualities, who led with his heart and with the force of his humility, our brother, Ricky Houghton. If there was ever a Māori housing hero to me, it was him. At tonight's tribute dinner, we'll celebrate Ricky and his legacy, the contribution he made, not just to those whānau in the north for whom he mortgaged his family home so that they could have a home, but to everyone he touched with the warmth of his laugh and the generosity of his spirit. I want to leave you with some words from Ricky's Y2750 evidence. We see so much of Māori starting from homelessness, which eventually turns into hopelessness and then into helplessness. I've had to see Māori struggle, plead and fight for what is considered the bottom rung of homes. This is not only heartbreaking and degrading, but it's also a clear breach of what was promised by the Crown under Te Tiriti, to actively protect tino rangatiratanga and to provide equality of outcomes under Article 3. And I've heard the laughter from tamariki while exclaiming to their parents, "Is that my room? Is that my room, Daddy?" And I just ask, why can't all of our children have this excitement? They certainly deserve it, not just because it's what the Crown promised us under Te Tiriti, but merely because it's a basic human right to have a place to belong to. We might call it aturanga waiwai. Hoi anō e wama. Enjoy the conference, and as Ricky would say, I appreciate you. Nō reira e rauranga tira mā, tēnā koutou, pai mārere ki a tātou.
Ka tira tēnā koutou e te tira waiata tautoko, me tērā waiata e hāngai puana ki o tātou nei whare. E Wayne, kātahi rā te kōrero, whakaara mai anō i te wairua o Ricky, nā te nui o ngā wero i roto i tērā kauhau e hoa. Me mihi rā kātika. There were right hooks, there were left hooks. In that speech, whānau, there were so many wero that as a journalist I was busy scribbling notes and almost ready to hit the TV and do a news story on that one. E te whānau, there are still a lot of empty seats in the front here for those of you who are standing at the back. Some might say, whakapiripiri mai, others might say, neke neke mai. Please, if you are looking for a seat though e te whānau, don't be whakamā, haere mai koutou, hikoi mai rā ki mua nei, he maha ngā tūru kei konei whakakihia wā tātou tūru. A few key takeaways that I noted down from Wayne's kōrero just then was the call to the Crown to give us the resources and get out of the way. The other kōrero that resonated was that Budget 2021 was a watershed moment. So for me, what that tells me as a journalist and as the MC today is that there is certainly the fire and the passion of yourselves in this room, those who believe you have the solutions to these issues. The fire is there, the willingness is there. And so too, with that 2021 watershed budget, is the ability of the government to provide that funding when they are able. The issue, I guess, is just about keeping that funding consistent. And that leads us to our next segment quite nicely. E te whānau, Māori housing priorities, political perspectives. We have a range of ministers and MPs present here at the conference today. We have representatives from the Labour Party, the Green Party, the National Party, and tomorrow we will be joined also by Te Pāti Māori. We know that housing will be a key issue at any election, but come October 14, it will have a major influence over who forms the next government. For many people, home ownership is quickly becoming nothing but a dream. It's more and more difficult to secure affordable and secure rental housing. Climate change is having a major impact on housing, including where we build new communities. And the cost of living crisis is impacting not only Māori but non-Māori whānau up and down the country, worrying about how to pay the rent, pay the mortgage, turn the lights on, put the heater on, and put food on the table. All of those issues centre around the home. Ko te whare, te whakaruru hau, o te whānau. Many of you here in this room believe you have the solutions. So what are the views of our political parties heading into the October election, and how might they be able to support your solutions to become a reality? I'm looking forward to discussing some of these issues with our MPs. Now, someone who was clever enough to fly in last night because they came from Wellington, which we know is very windy and can cause flight delays, was our Homelessness Minister, Marama Davidson. She is a staunch advocate for whānau Māori and for the rights of all people here in Aotearoa. In recent years, she has also done a lot of work in the area of youth housing and ensuring that young people have a voice when it comes to these important kaupapa. Nō reira, e te whānau ho mai rā te pakipaki mo te kaiarahi takirua o te rōpu kākāriki, te minita, kāinga kore ko Marama Davidson.
Hutia te rito o te harakeke, kei hia te kōmako e kō. Ki mai ki au, hea te mea nui o te ao, māku e ki atu. He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Tihei Māori ora. Rātou mā kua wheturangitia haere oki oki. Te au o te moi kia rātou, te ao o te rā kia tātou. Kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, tēnā koutou. Te arawa māngai nui e whakamaru nei a tātou, tēnei te mihi. Kia tātou kua tai mai ki te wānanga i tēnei kaupapa nui. Nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. Morena. I cannot get up here and not acknowledge that I had my ngāpuhi uncle Hone Sadler sitting behind me. I know my tōkero, Te Arawa e Ngāpuhi whānau are here. My tai rāwhiti, Porou, Ngāti Porou whānau are here. My Waikato, Ngāti Tahinga whānau. Tēnei au e tū ana, kei muia koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. I was reminded by Wayne reminiscing on our beautiful matatini in the recent weeks, where I believe, and it was quite interesting that Uncle Hone was sitting at my back, because I believe we had a new whakatauki out of that matatini, which is not just ngā puhi nui tonu, but ngā puhi peacemakers tonu. I have to say I clung to that whakatauki this morning because whānau, I just say very quickly, after the week I've had, it's quite good to be sitting in a room full of hundreds of Māori. Kei te tū tonu kaha ahau. Kia ora. There is no point in me being a minister or a politician if I compromise on my te ao Māori voice. Kia ora tātou katoa. I want to acknowledge the other ministers were supposed to be doing the first slots before me. I'm proud and pleased that I am able to be here, ka nohi, to be able to kōrero with you this morning and acknowledge Ministers Woods and Jackson, my friends Megan and Willie, in being able to hopefully join us later and maybe up on the camera. Tukua mai he kapunga one kia hau heitangi māku. Send me a handful of soil so that I may weep over it. As Maori, we know our connection to our whenua provides us with a source of identity and whakapapa, spiritual nourishment and emotional healing. And that is what was referred to earlier today in the kōrero and the whakaaro of Moana Jackson. It's not just about a house. For us, te whenua takes the tears that we may shed and provides healing in times of spiritual and emotional turmoil. Being houseless is to be in that turmoil. And it was at one of the previous maihi whare wānanga actually that I was strongly reminded about the difference for tangata whenua, for Māori, between being homeless and being houseless. Because, as many have said, we are not homeless. Aotearoa is and will always be our home. But we have been made landless and houseless. And that is what needs to change. Our speakers this morning and Mikey just now have also talked about us knowing what homelessness looks like. Too many of us knowing that, seeing that, feeling that, and having experienced that far too well. I was remembering, as I was sitting here listening to Wayne this morning, about absolutely that we have come here through political decisions and through colonisation. And it is exactly that, political decisions, decolonisation and re-indigenisation, that will pull us through that. I was listening to that fantastic definition of homelessness that was put up on the slides here that have come from us about respect, integrity, mana and tapu. And I was remembering how I felt when, before I became a politician, as a then single mama with Māori kids running everywhere, as we were lining up with many, maybe 50 plus people to look at one rental to try and get into a rental home, and how hard that was in Manurewa in South Auckland. And after looking at every rental and my tamariki, one of the things that still breaks my heart to this day is, as a young Māori and single mama, I was never at the front of anyone's list to become a tenant in their home. And I remember we looked at one of the whare, and it wasn't a whare that probably anyone else wanted. It was old, it was drafty, it was full of mould, it was cold. And I remember my tamariki seeing how bad shape it was. And I remember my youngest saying to me, maybe no one wants this one, Mama, and maybe they'll give us this one. And I remember thinking, Māori deserve the best. We deserve nothing less than the best. And fancy having our tamariki being inherently told and feeling that they are going to be at the back of the line because of who we are. And all of you here are trying to change that, and that's what I'm here to acknowledge this morning. I was talking to Haihaitu, who was giving me a rundown on some of the wairua and the vibe from your amazing day yesterday that I've been hearing about from several people. That this opportunity to come together is about our strength base, is about what we have to offer as te iwi Māori into the solutions, not just for Māori, but for Aotearoa. And I've been very, very clear. We allow Māori to lead, we give the resources, the power, and get out of the way. This will actually resolve our entire housing crisis. This is actually the opportunity that I know Māori have for Aotearoa and for the world. That this opportunity to come together is learning from each other. The networks and the collaboration made, people telling their stories and saying, this is how we did this here, and others being, oh, okay, well, this is how we did this here, and pulling that mātauranga together. And that those very new connections and relationships that people, I heard Wayne talking about, I think it was over 800 or 900 registrations. Haihaitu was talking about having to cut it off. Haihaitu was talking about everyone wanting to show their presentations and there not being enough space. This is fantastic. This is the positivity and the energy, and it's because our people know it is our people who need this urgently, beautifully, and inspiringly. And so that sense of urgency and energy to get in there and muck in and do it, that's what the vibe is that I'm picking up from, and again this morning. I wanted to pick up on the cyclones and the floods and how they have impacted on our iwi and our Māori rohe around the country. And at this point, I wanted to be really clear that I do not do this mahi without my prevention violence hat on at all times, especially in the area of housing. Wayne has already mentioned the connected issues. Housing is one of the biggest prevention violence mahi that we can do. And I'm really clear about the role that I have to play in both of these areas. I've also first off wanted to be clear about what has been pointed out in no uncertain terms. I need this as a minister for my prevention violence mahi. I need this as a minister for my homelessness mahi. The way that the government agencies and departments have been commissioning and working with communities as a whole, but especially Māori organisations and providers, has to be forever a higher trust, authentic partnership, properly funded, sustainable funded, relationship-based way of working. And we're already seeing the good results of that exact way of working. We saw a little bit of that happen through COVID when it first came up, where suddenly a heck of a lot more trust had to be given over to our communities to lead this work, who knew where the whānau were, who knew what was needed, and who were connected to other organisations to work together to do this mahi. But I've also been hearing from the ground that this approach has been wound back a bit as we started going back into the rigid status quo. And that is simply not good enough, and it's a priority for me, especially in my ministerial space, to push deep, hard, strong and long for that relational way of working. It's pretty much summed up the way that we've heard it here time and time again. Devolve the power and the resources out, devolve the authority out, get rid of the bureaucracy, get out of the way. I want to acknowledge places like Papakura Marae, who have been talking to me in an understandably frustrated and angry way about the capacity that it takes from them to be able to just do their mahi with whānau, with the workload that chews up their FTEs just for managing contracts. Sometimes more than one contract to one organisation, several. And that does nobody any good. And this is what my priority is. This is the mandate that I am seeking from everyone and my ministerial colleagues and all of our respective agencies to change as quickly as possible. There is the social sector commissioning work program in the pipeline, but I'm clear we also can't wait for that length of time. We have to start finding those opportunities wherever we possibly can to make the way that we work with organisations actually about the whānau, actually about just helping them and getting them what they need. And this will have generational, beautiful impacts for all of us for many, many years to come. So I did want to be clear about my prioritisation is. Now I'm going to come to the rangatahi mahi. And I think on this is where I wanted to, and she's not going to like this at all, but I think many of you know even more than I do, but I want to acknowledge the importance of having our Māori in good places. And kararaina, one of the issues that is constantly raised with me is about how important it is to have te ao Māori understanding in our agencies, to improve and build the understanding of our agencies to respond to te ao Māori leadership and mātauranga, but also, and Wayne said it first, to minimise the systemic racism that has been embedded in our systems for nearly 200 years. Kararaina, you cannot shy away from the leadership that you show in those places. We also need to see more of it, and your team, and I know Ben Dalton is going to be speaking, I believe, or here as well. So good Māori in all the places, I think, is what we can gain from that. And then our relationships. And then one of the examples I was going to give, and Wayne and Tyrone, I believe you were there as well, last week, early dawn ceremony for He Pā Piringa in Manukau in South Auckland, led by the phenomenal Mahera Maihi, her organisation Rōpū Mā Te Huruhuru, and the advocacy group Manaaki Rangatahi, the first ever kaupapa Māori Transitional Housing precinct in Aotearoa. Whānau, I just really do want to paki for that. Now, I am regrettable that we need youth transitional housing in the first place. This is a response to a deeply rooted colonial problem of stealing our land. But those are the solutions that are going to pull us through that. I regret that Mahera faced far too many bureaucracy barriers along the way. I am proud that I was able to be a voice for her rangatahi leadership and vision to push it through as much as I possibly could. I know that we need to see far more of that innovation in this space, not just Māori leading these solutions, but rangatahi leading these solutions. And also because, ashamedly, we have an unacceptably high amount of rangatahi who do not have safe homes, who do not have stable homes. This is unacceptable. And it is rangatahi who need to lead us out of that. And it is our government agencies, and I say this to my officials, I say this to Peter Hughes, that have to reduce the barriers to lead that work. We have 200 years of evidence that what we have been doing has not worked. So we have enough evidence to be able to try these things now. I want to be clear and I want to see more of that innovation happening. Mahera has taken an incredible brave step to then allow a template to be able to say, hey whānau, work with us. We've got the mātauranga on how to do this. And at the same time, reduce the barriers across our agencies. In our earlier spaces, with our tamariki, our rangatahi, and of course their whānau, that is where we all know, the earlier the better, that is where we can make some of the most significant impact. I wanted to mention that the intersection of the Homelessness Action Plan, which was launched in February 2020, and then I became a minister at the end of 2020, has to interact with the Maihi framework that Wayne just talked about. What it needs to do and what we need to see in the next steps, because that Homelessness Action Plan is coming to the end of its initial term, is in all of the government work focusing on homelessness, that we have to see the Māori-led solutions coming through. You saw the photo earlier of Heara Hiki Māori, the almost $25 million to support a delivery of a tangata whenua-led response to homelessness. And I want to be clear that aroha nui ki te tangata and the Māori leadership in each of our different work program spaces is vital, that our agencies will learn from the unique Māori-led initiatives in those housing work program spaces, and we have to get right in behind the specific Māori-led work. There was a local innovation and partnership fund that also comes under my ministerial work program. We have seen that 9 of the 17 successful applicants in that local innovation and partnership fund were Māori organisations. We're just starting to get better at correcting the injustice of the inequalities of how power and resource has been allocated. We've still got a long way to go. But Wayne alluded to it before, this government has, and I do acknowledge this because we've got to keep it going, has seen the single biggest investment and shift towards Māori-led housing with the resource. And I also do acknowledge that successive governments and the selling off of housing as a public common good has absolutely harshly discriminated and impacted on whānau Māori, and we must all stand up to never see that trend ever again. But we are also moving into the space of not just restoring public and housing for the common good and as a human right, but Māori-led housing. And I do acknowledge, especially here in Rotorua, that Te Ururoa saw that gap back as Māori Development Minister, saw the gap of the Māori-led housing. There had previously been Māori strategies, but with no resourcing, no authority, and no implementation plan. And I do acknowledge Te Ururoa saw that gap and started to pick that through, and then Nanaia coming through and picking up, and of course we have Willie and Penny pushing through with all of us as housing ministers for the distinct and unique ring-fenced resource and authority for Māori housing. We're still not stopping at that. We can't. We're starting to build up, though, the good things that happen, when Māori are able to lead and are empowered to do so. I've sort of made a bit of a mishmash of my beautiful speech that was written to me by my fantastic Māori housing team. But I think I've made the majority of the points that I wanted to make in this time. I should also say that as I was reflecting on Matatini, I have to acknowledge whakaue being one of the toa of Matatini. How can I not? I believe, last night, thank you. I always do, Mikey, try to get into a venue because that tāwhiri mātia down in Poneke is kaha as. Last night when Rawari and I, is that you down there, Rawari? Am I seeing you? Rawari, no. Aroha mai. I should have put my glasses on. Hang on. Oh, Carl. But Rawari is here, Carl. But Rawari is here, or is going to be talking tomorrow. Rawari and I were on the same plane coming to Rotorua from Wellington last night. And I think it's a whole lot of the conference people, you were as well. And I thought to Rawari, we're on the same plane. Is that wise to have us both on the same plane, given the target of white supremacy that we can often be? Is that? I did say that too loud, and some of the conference whānau were like, could you not sort of give us that feeling as we're sitting on the plane next to you? But I wanted to acknowledge our other politicians, and I believe I saw Tama in here this morning, unless, my way of getting out of that hole is all our handsome Māori men look the same. So, I may have also, kapai. But I believe I also saw Tama as well. I think that's the thing is, this political system, it's an election year. This Western political system, it's not a Te Ao Māori one. The the whanaungatanga and whakapapa connections across Parliament of Māori politicians has always been strong. We need to convince our non-Māori colleagues to work together better and to stop using our people for political gain and points. The Māori caucus across political parties has always been in a much better headspace for that, because essentially that world and that way of working sets us up to work against each other. That's the way it is designed. Te Ao Māori values are the last vanguard against a very conservative right-wing world that is trying to push in to what we believe in, and we won't let that happen. But I think we can do a lot more in Te Ao Māori politics too, to work together and to really lean on our Te Ao Māori values as the solutions, not just for Aotearoa, but for the world. Nō reira, tēnei taku mihi aroha kia koutou, tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe te mārei kura e mārama. Ka tira e hoa mā. This kaupapa is made possible not only by your important participation, but also the support of some of our major financial sponsors. And I'd like to go through some of them now to show our appreciation. Te Puni Kōkiri, Kāinga Ora, the Ministry of Social Development, One Foundation, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Building Better Homes, Towns and Cities, Te Matapihi, and Housing First. Tēnā koa, ho mai rā te piki paki paki mō rātou. We're going to be keeping with the issue of homelessness now e te whānau, which is a big issue, of course, as outlined by the Minister, up and down the country. And one of the organisations working with whānau and communities on that kaupapa, in here in Rotorua and also up in Tāmaki Makaurau, is LifeWise. They also do a lot of work with rangatahi and kaumātua. And to tell us more about the important work that they are doing, please welcome Chief Executive Haihaitu Barrett.
Levels that we work with in the homeless space, and there are a lot of players involved in supporting those different spaces, but at the end of the day we have to come together and make it work. And in the mahi that we do, it's really integral that we ensure that we're working across iwi very strong, because it's our people that we're working with when we're doing services that we deliver.
This is generational trauma as well. Whānau that are in there are at some point in time experiencing trauma issues, whatever we want to call it. Reintegration back to our community and into housing will be hard, but we need to stand up and make this happen.
And the majority of it is just a bit of respect and love, just the basics that we all want in our life. In our community teams, in particular working with our homeless whānau, we had a minimal number of people in homes. Now we have 135 that we've placed into permanent housing.
As a community that we need to be helping our homeless whānau and getting some good supports in place and making sure that we get them into permanent housing. Hey, Just.
Hi, and being from the streets myself, the best way to do that is to love them regardless of anything they've done, and to give them a house where they feel very empowered to be themselves.
Morena tātou. Ko ai au. Nā te whakaue, te iwi, nā te kāringa, te hapu, nongataha te maunga, te utahina te awa, te rotoroa nui a kahu, te roto, te koutu, te marae, te koutu tōku kāinga, ko hai to Barrett tōku ingoa, ko hai to Barrett Junior actually, tōku ingoa. Ko te kaiwhakahaere o ngā rōpū Lifewise Trust, Tamaki Makaurau ki Tarawa hoki. Yes, I'm the fill-in on the program. I'm Apopo, and I haven't got a speech prepared because I was planning on doing that later on, probably tomorrow morning, early tomorrow morning. So so I'm just gonna say it how it is, probably. Just gonna say it how it is. I'd like to acknowledge our host committee. It's been a long journey to put together a hui of this magnitude. And myself and my cousin Lauren James, Tūturu Whakaue, born in the Pride Lands, we call it, around the corner in Te Koutu, have tortured Wayne, for the last 18 months. Thank you, Wayne, te matapihi representation, and Ngāwa, who represented our government agencies, and our matriarch of our iwi, Auntie Norma Sturley, has been there with us by our side, representing Ngāti Whakaue, and also Gina Rangi from Central Government, Rotorua District Council. It's been a hard mahi, but to see you all yesterday come on to our marae, te papai oru, ohune motu in our village, honour and a privilege to know that we're here together to talk about this kaupapa of challenge, this kaupapa of resilience, and more importantly, this kaupapa of ourselves, who we are as iwi Māori, working in the space of what some would call homelessness, housing crisis, vulnerable communities, high complexities, social demand, social outcast. But at the end of the day, we're talking about ourselves, because they're all ours. They're ours, and they belong somewhere, and that's called a home, not a house. It's called a home. So the kaupapa and those many kind of interviews are some of the journey that we've all been on, in constant advocacy and constant fighting for our people, for their voices to be heard and recognised, and hosting here in Tarawa when we've been painted as a place of emergency housing, once known for our tourism, then all of a sudden known for the second highest in Aotearoa for homelessness. That is not who we are. We are a community, we are iwi that stand staunch around supporting manaaki, our whānau, and we are working in that space with a lens of hope and aspirational thinking to keep our people safe and to reintegrate them back into the communities to a home. So my kōrero was going to be around the workforce actually, and who we are as the workforce that choose to work in the highest demand. When I was going to Western Heights High School, I wanted to be a flight attendant because I thought you got to fly everywhere, went all over the world. That didn't work. And then I wanted to be in the army, and then a police officer. Then I found out I was legally blind, as you would have seen me coming up the stairs. So that didn't work. I was like, what do I want to be? And I ended up being probably the most changed, significant point in my life. The A&E, they call it, the emergency department. I used to be the A&E midnight receptionist. And at that time, because our whānau, I didn't know it then, they couldn't afford to go to the doctors during the week. So what I thought would be a cruisy job at wake shift was a very busy job because they were coming in for the free medical care because they couldn't afford it. That was back in the 90s. And one particular evening, there was a cot death. And I still think today, I wasn't even sector then, but just my face, just having the connection into whakaue, was a whakaue whānau, just being there and trying to find them a private room, this little know-it-all receptionist. The doctors were yelling at me to get the details. I didn't care about the details. I cared about the wailing mum and dad and the baby that she was still thinking was asleep in her arms. And I found them a little room. And that time we didn't have the Māori health teams, Hungamanaki. We didn't have them up at Lakes DHB then. We were called Lakeland Health. And I think I became a little Māori health team. Myself and one of my aunties, there was the domestics from the kitchen, helped this whānau. And from there, I left that job and I wanted to become a social worker. I didn't even know what social worker was. Actually, I thought social was going to be socially, you know. Heaps of social. Hariata Kuhunui, one of my aunties, was my teacher, poor auntie. And then I did social work activity-based because I thought you have heaps of fun. But you had to climb cliffs to show team support, all this kind of stuff. Anyway, I did it. And I was a very, very young mum, solo parent, blessed with a good family though, good support from my parents. And from there, I just became hungry, not for the tohu, but to make the difference, to be that significant point of hope. When whānau at their most vulnerable are looking for one face, that was an unskilled face, that was not a practitioner, that became a practitioner, because I worked out pretty fast in sector, your voice is only heard when you have something called clinical beside you. So I worked that out. So as you pipeline and you start coming up, and I did quickly go through the ranks because my passion was hard to serve the people and the most vulnerable, because I could see, I didn't know what it was called then, discrimination. I could see it. Each sector that I walked, it's still alive and well right now. When I made my way through the ranks, started leading in kaupapa Māori mental health services, I saw it again. We weren't getting contracts like the others. We had 2 little vans for 18 whaiora. And I remember battling once I got to the DHB levels, and another point of significance happened to me. If she's sitting in here right now, she'll remember this day very clearly. It was called D floor at Lakes DHB. If you made it to D floor, you made it. And I was mouthing off at the CEs about the contracts, and Philly took me into the staircase. That's how bad I was. And she says, honey, you're a leader, we can all see that. You can. But the sector's not kind. The sector's not kind, especially for you and I. So we work together, we work diligently for our people. I've never forgotten that staircase discussion. I think I was kicking up. Yeah, it was about resources. I was kicking up though, anyway. So I went back in. I fought the battle, but I just learned how to start articulating a bit better. So as I missioned around and made it into certain roles and met certain networks, the kaupapa of homelessness is not new. It's around generational trauma. It's around mental health and addictions. It's around people struggling to be included into their own whānau again because of the addictions. It's around the whakamā. So when you look at purpose, when you look at building sector workforce, it is around finding that receptionist, finding that person who can intrinsically gain trust from our whānau, because at the point when they're in their most worst, that's all they need, is a trusting person to talk to. Then you can pipeline the rest. through the networks. When COVID happened here in Rotorua, Lifewise, we have a mental health and addiction service here. We have a Housing First program as well, o te taumata o Ngāti Whakaue. And when it hit us, a lot of our homeless, we were under 100 then. I know this because I did a head count. Oh, I didn't because I can't see. But I sent the work, get out there and count everyone. Don't go during the day, you go in the night. I can't because I'm blind, but yous all go. I'll wait here. I'll wait here. You just bring me the numbers, And they did. They all went out. We were under 100 then. 2,500, 3 years later. 2,500. Rotorua. So we've got motels. Put them in the motels during the COVID. We cautioned. Anything past 3 months, it's over. Got to start staging out, got to start putting the supports. We've got the opportunity for the triage. We can do that all. That was 3 years ago. I heard the kōrero last night. A lot of the kōrero we're talking is the kōrero from 5 years ago. After this hui, that has to stop. No more the kōrero. It's time for the action. Because we can't in 3 years have those numbers. We can't. The majority of those numbers are mental health and addictions. The majority of the mental health and addictions, the pain is attributed by generational trauma. We know this whānau. We know this. So workforce, capacity and capability has to be nurtured. Gone are the days when you need the level 4s to get in. Gone are those days. Homelessness is real. But that's just the label of it. This is around our people and everything they experience. I know this from my rehabs. I know it. I see it in the sector. My workforce are all mainly lived experience. Also, my workforce are all related to me. And I say that without whakamā. But they called me a name before. What is it? Nepotism. Don't need no HR when you can just bash them. Nah. Hey, you know, easier, faster. You know, that's true. Most of them are related to me. You know. Even when I had my kids, they were all raised in the rehab. Sorry, kids, one's here. One did the wero yesterday. See, I raised them well. See? They were raised in the rehab. You just had to do what you had to do. And sometimes I often think of that, did I sacrifice my kids to build these services for whānau? One's a lawyer. One's an up-and-coming practitioner. The other one, he was too hard out into the dope. Yeah. I still love my son, that's my big son. And he's the one that gave me my mokos. So he's all right. He's all right. Yeah. We were all getting to know each other, eh? But yeah, that's me. But anyway, when it's about the workforce, when COVID hit, here in Rotorua especially, our tourism got hit badly. So there were a lot of brilliant kapahaka performers all around Rotorua. And I hired most of them. And I got a lot of shit for that. They got no experience, they got da-da-da-da. Wrong. They're from this land. And when they perform, they speak of whakapapa. When they perform, when they sing about us. I got the right people. They know who they are. They have their identity intact. The rest can be trained. The clinical stuff can be trained. So when you're working in homelessness, it's not around homelessness. It's around our whānau wanting to be included again. There's stats everywhere. I was hoping to speak after they did all the stats because I'm not one for stats. Because I'm one
for outcomes. I'm one to understand the challenges. And when the challenges present, I'm one for us to come together to battle those challenges. One of the challenges was bringing this hui together. The magnitude of the registrations skyrocketed because people want to know, what can we do to help our whānau in this space? How can we come together and chisel as different iwi? How can we come together not as just leaders or managers, lived experience, tell their stories? How can we actively learn and participate in challenging the government that what is happening is not tika? It's not who we are. How can we put to the table, give us the goodies, we know what we're up to? How do we know? Because one little receptionist is now the chief executive of a very large white mainstream organisation and battles every day against my counterparts around what's right for our workforce. I knew it was going to be lonely going into that role, leaving Te Arawa, moving to Tāmaki Makaurau, but it wasn't about me. It was around your voice. And this voice I will take back to that corporate board table, to that corporate level, to the government agencies. I shut down the 4 canoes here last year. Not fit for purpose for my people. Not fit for purpose for my people. You come and clean this up, or you sleep in it. You want to talk emergency housing? They don't have to. I wouldn't even put my roddies in what I found. So if you're going to provide, if you're going to lead, stand with courage, because your workforce, they watch, they observe, because the legacy we live is a succession we gave. I was raised in the sector by some king hitters. Ma koro pihopa, ma koro hapi winiata, te tanakai kinata, those were the blazers. They were in the sector full force. So when you come into whakaue and you hear our stories, Te Hina Manakitanga Trust, the first addiction kaupapa Māori, named after our river. So when people say to us, what's your proposal? You're looking at it. What's your proposal? What's your proposal? I do say that. I really do. But yeah, it's things like that. I'm really glad I don't have to speak tomorrow. I had a speaking outfit too, but this will do. I'm all right. I'm all right. Anyway, I'm getting quite comfortable here. So I don't know. La will tell me if I've gone too long. Okay. So yeah, I was going to talk about workforce, the capacity, capability, all the C's, everything. But at the end of the day, every single one, leadership and management, everything like that, I say to my shift workers and my rehabs and my residential services, you're the leader when you come on shift. You're the leader. This is your shift. You've been entrusted to work with our whānau for this shift. Everyone's the leader. Everyone, because it's the integrity of the heart in this mahi. It's the integrity of the heart and understanding the purpose and the passion of why we do what we do in this thing called homelessness, housing crisis, all of that. Something connects us intrinsically. Usually, this is the most stressful job ever. I say that to the teams. It's high demand. It's not the 9 to 5. People will say to you, you shouldn't take your work home. It's impossible. My granddaughter at 4 years old, she knew Joe Bloggs' name because I used to go home swearing about my, clients, not listening, know-it-alls, da-da-da-da-da, all that kind of stuff. And my little muko walking around, da-da-da-da. I was like, you don't even work in the sector. And you're stressed. It's stuff like that. So being careful and mindful of that, eh? Oh, I do. Yeah, but that kind of stuff. It's impossible. And people say, you got to drop your hat That's a pun, cool one, eh? You've got to drop your hat high. It's impossible. You know, you see a need in your whānau, your hapu, your iwi. It's not the need in the whānau, the hapu, the iwi, because they're you. They're you. So we're obligated. You want to have a big flash roll, you want to live in Tāmaki Makaurau. My brother is one to remind me, you remember who you are. You remember who you are. Blessed with a name called Haihaitu, Tupuna. Hated it at school. I changed my name to Lisa at school. I did. It was easier, you know, Lisa was cool. And then when I got to, when I got to study in the mahi and did my first, you know, papers and everything like that, understanding the importance of tupuna, ingoa and everything like that, my mother's name was Haihaitu. I remember apologising to her one day. She gave me a hiding, actually. She's only this tall. And because she always used to say to me, you are Haihaitu. We are not inferior. We are not inferior. Your name wasn't given lightly. So it's things like that as you come through that you learn to appreciate. Because when you start imparting, you need to impart with knowing who you are first. Because if you're imparting and you don't even know who you are or what your own purpose is, then you're kino. And the workforce that follows will suffer. So, yeah, in terms of this kōrero, this kaupapa, that the quick change when Lauren and Deb says, you're up now. I was like, I'm up tomorrow. You're up now. I was like, okay, I'm up now. I'm up now. But secretly inside, I can get up again tomorrow, next week, the week after, with the constant message that this is who we are. We're fighting for our people without fear. We are the signed agreement. You're looking at us. There's no need to go external and looking at all different type of frameworks. These are the frameworks. We will create them. We will action them forward. And one thing we will commit to do is continue the mahi until all our people feel like they're in a home, until all our people are connected again to their whenua, until all our people cease to be called high complexities. High complexities, the old HCs, that's not them. That is what they inherited by a broken system. And this is the day, and tomorrow, and tonight, and Saturday and Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, that we can make change, active change, as a cohesive approach of iwi Māori at an iwi Māori housing conference hosted here in Te Arawa, and we're going to be moving forward. Kia ora tātou.
Yesterday, when I was preparing for our kaupapa today, a friend actually said to me that Haihaitu Barrett was one of the most powerful speakers that they'd ever heard, and he tika rā tērā kōrero ne huama. We laughed. Some of you may have well cried. I almost did. And most of all, we were inspired by her kōrero, and it was off the cuff. No waikite tērā, no Ngāti Whakauwe. E mihi ana ki a koe Haihaitu. Actually, one of the points that she mentioned that I've written down here, and I wanted to reiterate it for all of you now, was that she says that she was a point of hope for those most vulnerable. And I thought, he tika tērā kōrero mō koutou katoa e noho nei. Nā runga I te nui o ngā mahi e kawea nei e koutou. You are all here, a point of hope for those most vulnerable. So I hope you were inspired by that kōrero as much as I was. We're now going to hear about transitional and kaumātua housing. And I want to invite Nereaha Pirika up onto the stage to paint us a picture of the experience and realities in this mahi for his communities. Kia aroha mai, slight change of program. Our next session, and we do this for a job, so we're very quick. This is live television, e te whānau, live television. Our next session is a case study, looking at Papakanga through Tauhara North number 2 Trust. Ko tahu matua te tupuna ariki, ko Ngāti Tahu, ko Ngāti Whāwa, te iwi Adele Barsdale, no mai rā. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Morena tātou, ko pairoa te maunga, waikato te awa Ngāti Tahu, Ngāti Whāwa te iwi, ko Adele tuku ingoa. I'm the General Manager Manaki for Tauhara North. I heard the word fill-in just before I got up. It's happened to me twice, actually 3 times. One, when we opened our power station, I had to fill in for the then CEO. Last year we were in Vancouver. We got invited to the Energy for Indigenous People. We were one of the presenters. We got up on the stage and my board member asked me to look pretty, so I said, I'll try my hardest. So I was holding the tonga, and she got a bit of stage fright because the room was about 4 times as big as this. all the indigenous people from North America, hundreds of chiefs, all the government officials. So I was standing kind of over there, looking like that, and trying to, because this is my better side for the camera. So I was trying to look good, and then she came up behind me and she said, "I can't do it." I was like, "Oh, you're kidding me." She said, "No, I can't do it. Can you do it?" And then just basically shoved the microphone into my chest in front of the whole crowd. And if Rawiri, I think I saw him, I walked past them, I wore a hat like yours because I was going to try and stand out. I took that hat off when I got off the stage because everyone started following me around the Vancouver Conference Centre. So yeah, I try to take from home all those things. When I watch that video, that's the video that opens on our website. We decided when we created our website, 80% of the whānau live away from home, and they have done for 3 or 4 generations. Let's welcome them back in. Me and my cousins, when I was at uni, they used to pick me up from the airport. We'd drive home, it's about 45 minutes from here. We'd get to a place called Rainbow Mountain. If you know it, you turn off to go to Kaingaro, Murupara. We'd be round the corner to Waiotapu, and one of us would always say the same line, "Isn't the Reparoa beautiful?" And we'd hold that moment. If Taika's in the room always watching, it's a moment that he could recreate. We're just taking it in where we're from. So I see that, it reminds me of the beautiful places that we're from. Some of my cousins go, "Is that really Reparoa?" We go, "That's really Reparoa." That's where we're from. So out of Reparoa, if you don't know, we got 2 of the best rugby players in the world come out of Reparoa. Both captains, All Black captain, Sam came. And then the curry boy who was the Sevens captain. Same year, out of a community of 400 people. That's where we come from. We're also known for our mighty Reparoa Razorbacks, our league team. Yesterday, we fared well, one of their leaders. If you've ever seen him, Peter Wedahiko Music, hashtag saxophone player. We laid him to rest yesterday, which is where most of my iwi are today, cleaning up the marae. In fact, I just said, I'm getting texts, "Kazi, where did the gazebos go?" I took a photo. I'm seriously at a conference. I think they think I'm being that lazy cousin that went home and not helping with the cleanup. So I had to show, because someone said, "I'll take a photo of you on the stage." And I'm proving where I am, because I think they're calling me mangere back at the marae. So yeah, we've got our Razorbacks and Uncle Peter, who we had a laugh yesterday because he recorded his wife on his YouTube page, and she got more hits than he did. So he removed her from his page. So we got rugby players, musicians, league players, and we got 2 businesses that make us the land flowing with milk and honey. We've got Fonterra and Arataki at Bini B. So those are the things that we're famous for, apart from the beautiful whenua that you just saw on that video. No one's actually told me how to control the screen, is it that? No.
Push a button, we'll see what happens.
Can I go back? Hey, okay, got it. The picture on your right, that's the ora kei korako that our kai kalinga did at the end. And that was one of our rangatahi that's come up through the ranks, who's been asked to do our karanga for us. That's the dream for us. That's our original Papakanga. It's the only advantage we have of early settlers coming through Arohi, that they painted what it used to look like. So that's what it looked like, ora kei korako, the last scene that you saw, that geothermal area. That's our ukaipo, that's our Papakanga, that's our aspiration and what we do today. I used to look at that photo and close my eyes. Some of my cousins thought I was being weird, but I closed my eyes and I imagined the kids laughing, everyone playing, the smell of smoke and fire, and just a community that was being there together, united for a single cause for the whānau, for their people. We don't own that anymore. That's a tourist attraction. So when we look at it, the next goal, hope he never sees this if it's live, the next goal is to actually acquire that and to bring it back for our people. So we've got the same story as much of you in this room, a story of the Crown coming. So our lands were taken for power generation, so hydroelectricity, the flooding of this area, so that could be generated for the good of all New Zealanders. The picture on the right is our tupuna ariki, tahu matua. So yes, we have a Ngāti Tahu, we have a Te Arawa whakapapa, but we will say that we're Ngāti Tahu, the people of Tahu Matua. Some say he came on a bird, and others say that his waka looked like a bird. Whatever version is true, we just know we're here because I'm here. Yeah, I'm his descendant. So the people of Tauhara North, we are his descendants. We have a whakatauki at the top, kia mau ki te whenua, whakamahi a te whenua, he painga mō ngā uri whakatipuranga, hold on to the land, make use of the land and the resources for current and future generations' well-being. And that's basically what the kōrero is going to be about today. We'll stick true to the kōrero of our trust, and I'll walk you through the story. So, kia mau ki te whenua, holding on to the land, our kuia tupuna for all of us in Māoridom, Dame Whina Kupa, famous words that we hang on to. When we had a strategy session a couple of years ago, we watched the Māori Land March. Because some of us, maybe not all of us in this room, we weren't alive back then, so we had to watch a video, and you could see the kaha of our people going in, and they were in the front, all the old people. You're like, far out. Like, I'm young and supposed to be energetic, but look at our kaumātua. So we've held on to that, hold on to the land that we have now. Tauhara North was originally over 10,000 acres. We now own 360 hectares. It used to be, we tell a funny story, but it's a true story. The Japanese helped us build our first power station. So we're Tauhara North number 2. Their people told us they only like dealing with number 1, so where's number 1? We're like, oh, true, where is number 1? So it started a bit of a history hikoi for us. Our tupuna realised back in the late 1800s that the Crown was getting a bit too interested in our whenua. And the area that they were looking at in particular it's a hot lake. And underneath that hot lake is a huge amount of sulphur. So they got together and they said, we've got to keep them away from our whenua. We're going to partition the land. It must have broke their heart when they did it. But they petitioned the land, and they did make Tauhara North number 1, number 2, and number 3. Tauhara North number 1 is no longer in existence. It paid for the survey costs to the Crown. Number 3 is now known as Tauhara Moana, and then we are number 2, and there were 34 original shareholders in that block back in the 1800s, and I'm a descendant of one of those today. Where the arrow is, that's Rotokawa. I put it there just in case people think, because we're Tauhara North, they think it's the Tauhara. These are the names of all the reservoirs through the central North Island. Tauhara North has the Rotokawa Reservoir beneath it. Because we're in a room of Māori, people might think that I'm trying to claim the whole of the central North. I promise I'm not. I promise I'm not. I'm only here to talk about where that arrow is going to, Rotokawa. So we have a trust order. We're a Ahu Whenua Trust under Te Tere Whenua Māori. I made a statement about shareholders. From the 34, we now have just over 1,000. We look after just over 9,000 whānau in total. We're a little bit different from other Ahu Whenua trusts where our owners and our trustees decided that whānau to them meant more than the people that were toto. So they allow in-laws. So I'll talk about it later, but we have a series of tautoko that we give to the whānau through grants and scholarships and other things. But they've allowed us to give that koha, or that support, to people's spouses. There's a running joke, and if Mana was here, our CEO, he would say that Adele's cousins are always the ones that come in with 3 spouses. So yes, in our trust, you're only allowed 1 spouse, 1 registered spouse. So there's no confusion for our team they're trying to process. We're like, huh? Yeah. So 1 spouse. So in total, 9,000 people. For those 9,000 people, our trust operations looks like this. One of my mates at work, he said, you had to put a cow on there? I said, well, when I talk about the business, we've only got cows and avocados. So I had a choice between a cow and an avocado for that, if you're looking at it. So starting on the far right for me, Ngā Whāriki, energy. So we've got a geothermal reservoir. When our tupuna came in, if you've ever been to Reparoa, you've been blessed by our fog and our sunny climate. It's freezing. It was freezing there yesterday at the tangihanga. No wonder he was drawn to the Ngā Whāriki, to our waiariki. So we've generated business and income from that, and it's the mainstay of the trust. I've tried to put it sort of like a higgledy-piggledy road, because that's really our journey. Because the next thing we did when we got some money, we knew we had to look after our people. So we moved into Toi Ora Wellbeing, where we run things like a hononga whānau. Half of our grants in total go there, so like a few $1 million is going into health this year. And then in Mātauranga, and the other thing we do in Toi Ora is, and I have to say it because my sister's in the room, she's here with K3. We were brought up in Kahununu. My mum used to bring us all the time back to Reparoa, but we were raised in a little community called Whakatū. My dad worked at the freezing works, and we're old girls of, if she's here, she's probably laughing, she's a lot younger than me. We're old girls of Mangatere Primary School. And then for some reason, all the kids from Whakatū, actually, Rīpeka, is my brother's wife's auntie. Hey, you see someone clapping and you have a look and you go, hang on a minute, I know that person. Yeah. So we were raised in Whakatū, went to school there, but all the kids in Whakatū, you either went to Karamu or Havelock North. My mum picked Havelock, so we're like the only Māori kids at school for years. But have to talk about them just briefly, I diverse, because when I saw what happened over there this year and on the coast, I also do mediation for the Māori Land Court, and I'd been into places like Motio and Omahu, just devastating. And the fact that we had hung out there, played basketball there, swum there, had kai there, eaten through all the houses, we've got aunties in Omahu, was just devastating to us. So for those of you in the room who are from those areas, like ka aroha kia koutou, and you're also looking after our people, and we know that. We absolutely know that. So thank you very much. I just had to say that. I forgot to do it at the beginning, but yeah. And kia ora. Yeah. So then in Mātauranga, because health for us is about keeping people alive, really. You know, it's one thing to do things for people, like the sister Hai too said. It's one thing to talk about it. It's another thing to do. So instead of watching our people fade away and die from all sorts of diseases, we put our money there first in wellbeing. And then we put our money into emergencies. So 50% of all our funds at the moment for distribution go into health. And the other 20% is actually going to people living in emergencies. The Trust, what I haven't mentioned yet, looks after our people living in New Zealand and overseas. So the flooding and stuff that happened overseas, and when COVID hit the world in 2020, we had grants and kai going across the world. But that's what our tūpuna have encouraged us to do, and we had the pūtea, so like the sister said, we did it. Put everything else aside and did what we needed to. And then we moved into education, because without education, it's really hard now. I remember when I was younger, I got my first job when I came back from uni, graduated, went to a tangi, and then someone told me, oh, congratulations on your new job. I was like, what job? Well, I didn't apply for no job. Oh, you talked to Uncle Rawiri Te Whare, and so he reckons that you're the next manager. I was like, hey? So I started my career for my people through a conversation at a tangihanga. And it's been like that ever since, over 30 years in it. Hey, that's how we do it. Our people, So Mātauranga, we realise that our whānau need opportunity. Absolutely need opportunity. Our kids are not the ones being asked to do this, that, or the other, or see things. So we've created a space. We're doing what everyone else is doing, grants, scholarships, etc. We went a little bit deeper, because when we ran our first camp, I love our kids because they're honest. I really want to be a doctor. Oh, cool. What subjects do you take? And then the next part of the sentence was, but I haven't been going to school. Like, oh, bro, okay. Do you really want to do it? Yep. So took that kōrero back, and because a lot of our kids were saying it, they were a little bit whakama, but at least they were honest, so we could do something. Took it back to our board, and we started providing private tuition to all our kids. This year we've sponsored about 350 to go and do those things that they need to do. It's not just about remedial, our tamariki who we should be awhiing. If someone just wants to do well in life, then we're going to support them as well. So it's not that, it's for everyone. So our camps that we're talking about, we run them from age 10 to 18. So 10 to 12-year-olds, kia mau, which means to get ready for life. 13 to 15-year-olds, kia tū, to stand up and start doing what you've been learning on our camps. and in the life of the whānau, and then kia manawa nui to be courageous with what you have. Because we're all dealing with it, patua te whakamā. We're all dealing with it, but more so for our kids. So we provide them with the space. It used to be at a private camp, now we're back on our marae, and they love it. 80% of the whānau who are coming in have never stood on our marae. We don't want them coming back just for tangihanga. We want them to know that that is their place, and they have a place to stand amongst us. So you know how I'm from the Kāinga, so I know how we are with our townie cousins when they show up. So I don't want the kids to have that experience, like you kind of belong, but you kind of don't. Yeah. So already they belong. My son, when he saw the flooding up in Auckland, one of the kuia belonged to our trust. She was being taken out on a sheet, and he recognised her daughter. He said, "Mum, that's such and such's mum. What are we doing for them?" In one camp, a 3-day camp, my son had connected to his whanaunga that he'd never met before. Then I knew what we were doing was working. It was the only driver of the camp, that they will connect one to another and take care of each other. So that's our mātauranga. When we got to our first round of graduates, that 16 to 18-year-old camp, they said, "Our dam," basically the words, "Our dam, I'm 18 now, and now I can't even do anything with the trust anymore. Can you find a way to bring us back?" So we started an internship program. Just going to go to the photo. So down the bottom is our first group of graduates. We made our own program. We're Māori, we just make our own stuff. So we made our own program, and those are our first graduates. Some famous Rotorua faces on there. Mr. Bana may be in the room. Rawiri Bana, he used to work for our trust. They came through. Those 18-year-olds who basically moaned, but that's how you get stuff sometimes, right? You got to moan, you got to make a noise. They moaned and they said, "Hey, what about us?" So we created an internship program. We've been doing it for about 8 years now. We have about 40 kids come through. They graduate as 18-year-olds. They come back for 2 years and train as junior leaders in our trust. And then some of them are offered, they want to come and work for the trust, because then they tried the line again. "Oh, you're going to get rid of me now, but now I need a job." So some of them work for us, some of them don't, and they're off doing their own thing somewhere in the world. But that's them standing at our marae, Ohaki marae, back in Reporo. Again, a moment in time where we had one moment where she used to be at Wharapaina Native School, as a school at Reporoa, that a lot of our parents and our grandparents went to. She was a teacher, and her granddaughter graduated that day. She's in the photo. And she hadn't stood on the marae since she left about 50 years ago. And she brought all her tamariki, all her mokopuna, and they cried when they got to the gate, but they were coming home. So that's what that is. The top photo, again, that's our Toi Ora Whānau Day. I just couldn't find anything more than a cow. I'm sorry about it, but so we do land and food. Food being the main word, kai. So we own 4 farms. None of them are within our rohe. 2 of them are up in Te Whaiti Minginui, and then the others are in the Taupō region. And then we own some avocado orchards in the far north. So really it is about kai, but about building our capacity to understand how to do it so that we can bring it home for our own people. The bottom photo, you may recognise it. We got into tourism a couple of years ago. We're the proud owners of Tāmaki Māori Village, just out of Rotorua. Managed to, actually it is sad, because when Doug Tāmaki passed away, his share in the business became available. So we bought that, but we understood that we bought it because somebody lost their brother. So we've always awhi'd in that space, but we now own Tāmaki Māori Village, and we own a jet boat operation that's adjacent to our land. And that's got a purpose. That's about us telling our own story. If you've got tourist operations or people that talk about you on your own land, it's really annoying. So the only reason, a little bit of Māori pride, I guess, was to buy it so that we can control the narrative. We'll let people what we want them to know, not what someone else thinks they should be saying about us. So that's our tourism operation. But what we're all here for today, I just wanted to give you a bit of a background so you could understand who we are and what we are, is our housing. Like all good trusts, we like to listen to our owners. If you've ever been to an AGM, particularly for any form of Māori trust, whether you're a marae, a whānau, like us, a ahu whenua, there's that saying, happy wife, happy life. It's the same sort of thing with owners. because they really are the people who own the whenua. So when we look at developing or doing things, we make sure some of these points are covered off before we actually do it. So for our housing kaupapa, hei painga mō ngā uri whakatupuranga, the first request came from our owners. We run our annual owner wānanga, where we travel around New Zealand and to Australia, into the highways and the byways, I guess, to talk with our whānau kānohi ki te kānohi. Owners only. And they tell us how we're doing. Sometimes we're doing good and sometimes we're not, and they'll make sure we know that. And then other times they say, could you please think about this? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, it comes out a little bit differently. Could you think about housing? So owners wānanga said it repeatedly over a number of years, and then we went back to our trust order. Like every good trust, you have to look at your rules and whether you're allowed to do stuff. We've got a set of objectives at the beginning of our trust order, and one of them allows us, in fact, it encourages us to house and look after our people. So tick from the owner, tick from the trust order, let's start doing it. 1 + 2 = 3. So in 2018, we began our housing journey as a trust. Mana said to me, go undercover. Okay, so we own a charitable entity called the Charitable Company. Go with that. Okay, so when is that? Me and my colleague Iwi Tufau, who if you're from Rotorua, everyone knows Iwi. So we roll in, and to make it even better for us, they didn't have our registration ready yet. So I went into the hui, no names. And then I walk out and Iwi's getting interviewed by the TV. And I was like, Iwi, get off. And I was like, texting Mana, I'm really sorry, but Iwi's just ended up on the 6 o'clock news. The undercover has been busted. Yeah. So we went to the National Māori Housing Conference in Ngarawahia. That's the main reason why I'm standing on the stage today. Because it was from that conference that we learnt how to do the do. We went to all the Papakanga, we met the tūna whānau. Later on, because they ended up being in a conference we held, I managed to go in their whare. That was my whole goal after I left that conference, was to get in that house and have a look. I'm one of those nosy people. So we went and we listened. So I want to thank the committee and those of you who led the way for us to be able to sit in this space and listen to our own people. Not listen to everybody else telling us what's good for us, but just listen to our own people and share what we're doing, and maybe it's going to be of some help to you, because that's what I got as someone who knew absolutely nothing about housing except how to live in one. I learnt it in the National Māori Housing Conference held by Waikato Tainui, and ever since we've attended. I'm going to speed through our story so you can see where we've got to from the end. So 2019, like I said, if there's nothing else going, we decided, well, if there can be a National Māori Housing Conference, then we can run a conference. So we ran our own conference. We brought in people from housing, employment, all over the place. But the people that we brought in for the housing component of our conference, and I see that he's going to be honoured tonight, was Matua Ricky Houghton. I have to say, he was our keynote, and within 2 minutes I was standing outside the whare, and I could hear all this clapping and cheering, and I thought, man, he's only been on for 2 minutes. Like, I walked back in, and it was like there was a rock star on the stage. There was some sort of party going on in there. He was talking, they were clapping, he was talking, they were laughing. You could hear it was booming through the Tamaki Māori village. Ricky Houghton. We were so honoured to have him amongst us. He said, if you're ever up north, please come. So those avocado orchards that I was talking about, we went up north, and we knew what he'd said to us. So we went. We went to that converted pub and cafe, and I had to laugh because he's clever, eh? He was so clever. There were all these Pākehā people in there, old white Pākehā ladies who you could tell were rich, you know, they were blinged up. Place was packed, like about 30 of them. And he goes, do you know my strategy, bub? And he goes, I was looking around the room, I was like, they're rich. He goes, yeah, and they give me money. Every month, I hold a morning tea or something like that for them, and they come in, and then they tell their husbands, and then they give me money. I was like, man, that's clever, all right. Yeah. And then and on top of that, everyone that had ever given him any pūtea, their names on a banner when you go to that place or on a board, and you're eating outside having your kai, you can see all the people who are giving into this kaupapa, and he told the beautiful story about all the people living there and the training programs that he'd set up for the rangatahi. Then we drove out to the Papakanga. I'll never forget that time, but it all came from this gathering. The tūna whānau came and talked about their muscle business and their beautiful home that they have. Te Puni Kōkiri, Paul Sharon, if he's around here, and TK from Heretaunga, they came to support us. He's also doing some of our building for us. We just had a number of people. Who we've stuck alongside the most out of all the government agencies, and we're quite open about it, is the only Māori door into the government. Te Puni Kōkiri, the Ministry of Māori Development. I don't say it to Greece for more money. I'm just saying it because it's true. We learned early to sit alongside, and then we learned early what partnership actually looks like. So they've helped us a lot, to be honest, to understand the space that we were heading into. So after we held our wānanga, there's a year missing. I wasn't going to give any mana to that word COVID, so I didn't make my presentation this morning, but 2020 COVID hit. We decided to change tack and look after our whānau. So many of you will know the school and lunch program. We run that now. We had to shut our tāmaki business. We reopened and partnered with Kāpai Kai Rotorua. We're delivering now 7,000 lunches, about 4,000 out of there, and every school in Whakatane, we look after them as well, along with our whānau from Kāpai Kai, who are really the leaders in the kaupapa. We just jumped on the coattails of people that were trailblazing so that we could awhi the kaupapa. A lot of us were talking about how cool the lunches are. We talked about, most of us in my staff room, the common lunch was a sauce sandwich and all those types of things, and luncheon. And when you see the kids' lunch, it's like a full-on, you go out for dinner sort of kai. So our kids are really fortunate. So that's what we've done. And then we went into into whenua. So we took a DOC contract to look after our whenua and some of the power stations, etc., that we operate with. So then in 2021, we headed back to Hastings, to the National Māori Housing Conference. By then, our contingency grew because we managed to talk it up. And you should see all the houses and they're brand new and you know. So we went over to Heretaunga, and then our board decided, you know what, we're going to do it. We're going to do it now. We're past COVID. Let's start doing the housing thing. So in 2021, we opened Tauhara Kainga, which is a charitable entity, for those of you who like to understand structure, sitting underneath our charitable company. We were then awarded funding for housing back home in the Reparoa. We're clever Māori, like we knew that if we didn't look after our people at home that we were going to get it. So we built houses for them first. And then last year, we did our first groundbreaking with Minister Jackson, if he's in the room, at Waimahana. We're the marae who set you on like polystyrene blocks, because one of our kaumātua thought it would be a good idea, so that he was actually sitting on insulation. He didn't know, I don't know if anyone told him, but there were these big concrete blocks. So he came and opened our the groundbreaking for that marae. The reason why I put that marae there, it was closed for 40 years. So most of my life never opened. One project, opening the marae, and people are going to go and live back there. 4 buildings will be duplexes for kaumātua and 7 houses for rent on that project. So we went from having nothing to all of a sudden gearing up in February, groundbreaking, and they're building houses out there right now. And then we decided, based on everything that we'd learnt, you can't keep it to yourself, you've got to share it. So we designed our own Papakanga 101, borrowed things from here, there and everywhere, and held online Zui for months, back to our whānau, so that they would be able to do it for themselves. Māori building on their own land. Everyone that presented was either a CEO, an executive, or it was people like that. And then we came back and we presented with all the people who know what to do with it, all that information. And we've made a booklet. So that was our Papakanga 101 in 2022. Then partway through that year, we were awarded some more money to look after the 80% of our whānau that are living away from home. And some of them are in Tamaki Makaurau. It was a big decision for us, and I'll talk about that shortly. And then this year, we became the managers of 7 Māori housing developments, And last month we went to Te Mahurihuri Marae at Point Chev with Whaia Christine, who is Ngāti Tahu as well, just like me. And her son-in-law is a shareholder of Tauhara North No. 2 Trust. And none of that we knew until we met them at a hui. So we don't believe in coincidence. All of a sudden, we were all coming back together for our people. So we met with our whānau about our development up in Hamlin, Mount Wellington, that I'll talk about shortly, at Te Mahurihuri. Really cool kōrero from the whānau, straight up as just how you like it. There's no beating around the bush in a whānau hui, and so we took from that some ideas to help us develop in the future. Same strategy. What do we do first? Make sure that we check this trust order that we can operate outside of. It doesn't tell us location, it just says we've got to help the people, so yes, we can do it. For our homes back at Repro, this is Repro only, we decided we'd be the project manager. We could have done it ourselves, but we decided no. Let's help our whānau, our marae and our ahu whenua trust to access some funds, use the name of the trust and the skills of the trust we'll project manage so they can have the kāinga. That's exactly what we've done. In 2021, when we were awarded that, we decided that so there's 27 houses in total. Some of them I've already talked about, the 7 on the Ahu Whenua Trust. 16 of those will be kaumātua houses. We're going to build, own and operate until the landowners are ready to take them over, and that at no cost to them, those houses will be transferred. So we haven't asked for any pūtea, all we've asked is that they please take care of it and they get ready for when they come. So 27 houses in Aotearoa. The next one that I'll finish on is our mahi that we're doing in Auckland. I just saw it on the weekend. Unbelievable. My son, he's 14, he said, "Is that ours, Mum?" I said, "Yeah, that's ours." We were just standing there, just freaking out that something like that. I think for us, especially as Māori, what I didn't actually mention, the whānau, we thought about the last time a brand new house was built by a Māori in Reparo, and we went back about 30 years. Because usually when someone moves, everyone just grabs all the stuff off their house and you whack it onto yours. No one's really had a new house. Hey. But we're talking new house. 2 houses we could think of going back 30 years until this moment. One of those houses is already being lived in. So back home, that's the story back home. This is the story for Tamaki Makoto. When we did an initial mail out to over 1,000 people, we got 271 people come back and say, "We'd like to apply to live in your whare." Just to get your bearings, I had to understand this and see this map a million times. A block away is Sylvia Park in Auckland. That's the Mount Wellington countdown on the right, that big building. That's the Mount Wellington Rugby Park. And then the pink box is our housing development. And we got shamed out in Auckland when we went up there last month because one of the guys was like, are you the guys who knocked over the Mount Wellington Rugby Club? We said, actually, we bought it already consented and planned. It was the previous people. I said, why is that? I'm an old boy of the Mount Wellington Rugby Club. I played for them for 30 years. So I promise you we didn't knock down your rugby club. But that's, if you know Auckland, that's where we are. Those grounds are being turned into 2 apartment buildings. So 30 apartments, 9 one-bedroom, 15 2-bedroom, and the rest are 3-bedroom. In Mount Wellington at the moment, we know from tenancy service data that the average price for a house up there or an apartment up there of this size and scale ranges between $375 and $550. We promised the whānau that we wouldn't price them out of the market. Just so you know, I'm not making a plug, but for all the Te Puni Kōkiri funding we've received, these have to be collectively owned rentals, so they are only available for the whānau to rent. This side over here, this is the one facing the rugby park, where our kids are going to start playing one day. So 2 big office blocks, 2 stories high, and it didn't sound very high, like I'm saying, until I went there on Sunday, and it's towering over the park. They're going to have one of the best views in Auckland when our whānau move in. Oh. So this is, these are, forgotten the proper word, but this is what they're going to look like on the inside. Everything's going to be brand new, high-end, sleek, modern, warm, safe for the whānau to move into. It was funny, and I can say it now because it wasn't funny back then, but someone told me that we were putting fridges in there, so I said it from the front, only to find out afterwards that we weren't putting fridges in there, but I'd already said it in the whānau hui, so now we're putting fridges in all the 30 apartments. It's still going to have the normal stuff that you get when you rent, but yeah, we're putting a lot of the gear in there so that the whānau, they move into a new whare and they feel good about the whare. They don't have to worry about trying to cart some of their stuff up the stairwell or whatever. The things are already waiting for them. In total, these 30 apartments, if they are at full capacity, will house 108 whānau members. So along with our housing at Reparoa, within a 2-year time span, we would have housed just over 200 people. And for a trust that's never done it before, and we started from zero back in 2018 at the New Zealand Māori Housing Conference in Ngarawahia, we're just proud of what we've done. But I tell you what, everyone that we've heard since in this hui and on those Papakanga, they're the people who inspired us to keep moving forward. So I thank you if you were in those conferences, because what you said really meant a lot to us. And we really took it in so that we could do it ourselves. One of the interesting things that came out of our whānau wānanga at Te Māhurihiri last month, and it doesn't come as a surprise to any of us, at our camps, the kids want to know, is this my marae? What's my iwi? How do I whakapapa to this trust? The same thing happens with their parents. They all want to connect to their tauharatanga. In fact, that has become number one in this housing development. You can give me anything else, but give me my whakapapa first. So we committed to that. We've brought this housing development to Manaaki, our whānau living outside of Arohe, and we're going to give them back their whakapapa that they're hungry for. They're hungry for it. They haven't known, they haven't been able to connect. I thought to myself when I was standing outside that apartment building, one day people are going to be walking through it saying, hello auntie, hello uncle, hello cousin. Auntie, have you got any sugar? You know, all that stuff. Instead of happening around the marae, it's going to be happening in Mount Wellington, Auckland, at our kāinga. We always try and hang whatever we do on the Te Puni Kōkiri whānau or the outcomes. I sound like an advert. I'm really not. It's just like if they knew it and they knew these were the things that could tell us how well our whānau were doing and that we could do better with better things for them, then let's use something that's already there. But we kind of changed it a little bit because we're from the country, so we need to get it into our own language, just make it happen and help people to stand on their own 2 feet. That's what this kāinga is about. Help them to connect, help them to know how to make their money work. I promised my husband I wouldn't do this, but I have to. He's Pākehā. So when I married him, I didn't used to get my car serviced, you know, all that sort of stuff, eh? And he got his car serviced. He's like, when was the last time your car got a service? I was like, but he knew that I didn't do it. And he had all these bank accounts. I was like, what are you doing? Like, do I not know something about you? But he managed money in a totally different way than I did. I had one bank account and I spent it. That was the goal. Hey. So, and he had this whole thing going on. I was like, why is there money going to the Honda mechanic? Like, what are you doing? Like, no, if you put it in, then when you need to get your car fixed, you probably put enough money in there on credit that you don't really have to pay. It's like, clever. Hey. But so, you know, we used to argue about money all the time. First month of our marriage, we moved to Reparoa, and there were like 3 or 4 tangi. You know how it is, they all happen one after the other. And he sits me down, first fight, and he goes, do you really know these people? I'm like, hold on. And we were living in my whānau house, and he had the cheek to say something like that. Hey, they gave, when my mum died, when my nan died, they gave this and that. Yeah. And he just got the whole, and he's had to live with it ever since. And he always says to me, if you only learn how money worked. So the kaupapa as well of this is to help our people to learn how money can work for you. Because this is just a stepping stone to where they're going. We don't aspire for our whānau to live in an apartment. I don't know whether you can put a Māori in an apartment for very long. Because we knock down walls. We do all sorts of stuff in our apartments. So I don't know if you can actually do it. This is just a stepping stone for wherever they're going in life, and we want to be that support for them to do it. But most of all, manaaki whenua, manaaki tangata. They came with those thoughts themselves in this hui. What about parakore? They went to the Waikato Tainui Games and someone taught them about how to look after the whenua, recycling and all those types of things. They want it, and they actually ask for it in that hui. Our people know what they want. I heard that. They know what they want if you give them the opportunity to be heard. So we're not developing this as people sitting in the Rotorua trying to figure out what someone in Auckland needs, because I tell you what, I've never lived there, don't want to. Like, they've got problems. They're living with like a totally different set of issues. And we were hearing it from them and going, oh, how I never thought of that. But if we design something for someone else that's of no good for them, then what was the point? So our kaupapa is to build together, but to teach them our ways of old. I'll close with that first slide because it's really our goal at Tauhara North. Oops. We want them living like that kāinga, but wherever they go in life, knowing that they've got the 100% support of their people. We're behind them, we always will be, and nothing can take that away from them. Nō reira e te whānau, ko huhui mai nei i tēnei rangi. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. I didn't think through this very well, because like I said, I'm the lazy cousin that's not at the marae cleaning up. So all of my people are at the marae. So when I saw the waiata, I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to use my Māori Party membership and get Rawiri Waititi up. But actually, before I heard the waiata from the Māori Party, I heard it from Ricky Houghton. At our conference, he finished with it. So, yeah.
So use your membership well, people. And we'll know who's all members in there and who's not. Kia ora katoa. Te puerea mō ngā rautoa, harahina tō iwi e. Tō ngā kau ki ngā taonga o tipuna, tō wairua ki te ariki. Kia koutou katoa e te rangatahi, te oranga mo te ao katoa. Kia mau. Kia kaha pupuritia, te mana o te ariki, because you're magic people to me, you're magic people to me. Hold your head up high, let your voices fly, I'm proud to be Māori. Put your political thing aside and sing with me. Because you're magic people to me, you're magic people to me. Hold your head up high, let your voices fly. I'm proud to be Māori. One more time. Proud to be Māori. One more time, just to make sure. Proud to be Māori. Kia ora.
Adele, tēnei, te mihi nui ki a koe, tēnā rā koe e te tuakana. E hoa mā, I'd like you now to all stand up for me, please. Tutu mai. Tutu mai. We're going to do a big stretch to Ranginui. Toro atu ki a Ranginui. And back down to Papatuānuku. Now, I want you to look down at your uma, or your puku, and just make sure you're wearing a lanyard. And if you don't have a lanyard e te whānau, ko te tono tēnei a te komiti, haere koe ki te tiki i tō mea e mea ana, ai, kei te pai tono ho mai ki roto i tēnei ruma. Please go and get your lanyard, and the rest of you go to morning tea. We're going to have our break now, coffee and a cup of tea, and we'll meet back here shortly. E te whānau tēnā rā koutou. Kei te pēhea rā koutou, how are you feeling? Kei te pēhea ngā piro e te whānau? Kei te pai, kei te ora. Aye, you had enough coffee, you had enough cups of tea, maybe a cheeky scone, maybe a cheeky slice. And we're ready to get back into it. Our ministers have arrived from Pōneke, so we look very much forward to hearing from them shortly. However, earlier today I mentioned some of our key sponsors for this kaupapa, those providing the pūtea to make it happen. I'd now like to invite up the chairman of the One Foundation, our major sponsor, up onto the stage. The One Foundation supports many kaupapa in relation to iwi Māori. They supported recently Te Matatini. They also support major sporting events across the country. Nō reira, hei kōrero mai ki a tātou e pāna ki te take, kua tautoko hia, tēnei o ngā kaupapa, tēnei o ngā huihuinga, i tēnei rā o tira hei āpopo anō hoki, ho mai rā te pakipaki mo te heamana o One Foundation, Malcolm Short.
Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm honoured to be speaking to you today on behalf of my fellow directors and the management team of the One Foundation based here in Rotorua. And as you heard from Mikey, we've had a busy year with sponsorships, with the major one being the recent Matatini celebrations in Auckland. Today, this is such an important housing conference, and we're proud to be sponsoring it here in our home city. Housing is a fundamental human need and a basic right. It provides shelter, security, and stability to individuals, families, and communities. However, we know that access to safe, affordable and sustainable housing has been a challenge for many Maori communities. Housing is not only a physical space, but it is also a place of identity, culture, and community. As Maori, our connection to the land and our whakapapa is deeply rooted in our identity, and our housing should reflect this. It is essential that we prioritise the building of homes that not only meet our practical needs, but also honour our culture and our values. The government and private sector have a role to play in addressing the housing crisis. However, we as Maori also have a responsibility to contribute to this discussion and find solutions that work for our communities. We have a wealth of knowledge and experience to draw upon, and it is essential that our voices are heard in shaping the policies and practices that affect our housing. Over the next few days, I encourage you all to engage in meaningful dialogue, share your experiences and knowledge, and collaborate on ways to improve the state of Maori housing. Let us work together to create a future where all Maori have access to safe, affordable, and sustainable housing that reflects our culture and values. To that end, we know that there are limitations in providing that housing, more so in the land issues. The whenua is readily available, but there are, well, not there are, it is, mostly Maori freehold land, and with that comes the famous MLC, or Maori Land Court, that guides us, or supposedly guides us, through how that land is managed. And that has had a lot of different connotations that I've been part of in trying to look at a large project on the coast at Papamoa with some planned 1,500 homes, and we're working very hard to get that into shape to make that happen. But for the rest of it, for my part, I just welcome you all here today and wish you all the best, because just listening to my niece, Haitu, the calibre of the speakers there, I think you're well served with what this conference can deliver. So, nō reira, kia kaha, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. And thank you.
Malcolm Short e te whānau, the chairman of the One Foundation, Homaira te piki paki paki. Kāti ake hikama, he tini ngā wero ko whakatakotoria ki tēnei o ngā atamira I te rānei. We have heard a number of challenges and statements and a number of truth bombs actually dropped here on the stage today. Some of those include, give us the resources and step aside. The system can at times be racist. And we need to create our own data framework. To talk to some of these issues that have been raised and about the work that the government has been doing over the past few years, I'd now like to welcome the Housing Minister, the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods. Megan, tēnā rā koe, nau mai rā.
Tēnā koutou, kia koutou te mana whenua te arawa iwi. Mai makatū te tongarero tēnā koutou. Ki nā mate huhuia o te wā, haere, haere, haere atu rā. Hoki mai kia tātou te konehi ora e tēnei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnā koutou e ranga e te kaupapa o te rā, noi reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Well, it's great to get here. And it's great to be back here again. I think this is the third of these conferences. We were just trying to count up over there, and it's so wonderful to see so many people here. And it's great to be here with some of our Ministerial Housing team. Of course, the Honourable Willie Jackson, the Associate Housing Minister and Minister in charge of Māori Development, and the Honourable Marama Davidson, who looks after the area of homelessness, and local Member of Parliament, based here in Rotorua, Tamati Coffey, and National Party spokesperson, Tama. I think this will be your first of these conferences here in your new role. I'd like to acknowledge that. But lastly, thanks to all the many housing providers represented here today, including iwi, our Māori community housing providers, local government and ministry officials. And I do want to take a moment often we just say that thing, ministry officials, and leave it at that, but want to acknowledge the wonderful men and women who sit within our housing teams in government, who have been working so hard to bring our vision as a government to life. So we have here today, we have Andrew Crisp, the Chief Executive of the Ministry of Housing Development, Urban Development, and his team, and I'd like to acknowledge the huge amount of work that they've put into the Mahi strategy, but most importantly, the relationships that I know that they've formed. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing more about what you are doing to support Māori housing opportunities. It's your commitment which will help us to achieve this better future and to flip what the statistics tell us. It's our job as government to work with Māori to support and enable better housing in genuine, active partnership so that all whānau have safe, healthy, affordable homes with secure tenure. I guess this is just another way of saying give us the cash and we'll get on and do it. But it is those active partnerships that are absolutely critical to us. When we talk about housing, the housing crisis that we're currently facing being decades in the making, you will know that this is even more so for Māori, who have been separated from their land, their communities and their way of life in the 19th century and further marginalised through the individualisation and alienation of whenua Māori starting in the late 19th century, continuing through to the 20th and the 21st centuries, with policies that have not looked to by Māori for Māori solutions to a crisis that for Māori stretches the whole housing continuum, from homelessness to low rates of home ownership. We are under no illusions. There is no single quick or easy fix to this. Rather, what is required is a series of actions with interconnected policy and, importantly, funding that combines a responsive resource management system with more direct housing policies and solutions, including policies that are effectively targeted to the needs and aspiration of Māori. And this is why we have Māori-led housing projects using a by Māori for Māori approach under the Mahi Framework for Action, which puts whānau at the centre. As I said earlier, this is what active and meaningful partnerships look like. If we are going to solve the housing crisis for Māori, our government recognises it is critical. In fact, it is the only way that we work together. Our Labour government will not resile from this, despite the concerning race-baiting rhetoric that we are increasingly hearing from the opposition benches when it comes to notions of partnership and working together. We know in the area of housing that we cannot step away from this. With our recent unprecedented $730 million investment in housing and infrastructure for Māori housing through Whai Kāinga Whai Oranga, we are putting our money where our mouth is, with Māori in the driving seat. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that part of that $730 million, which is the largest ever investment in Māori housing that we've seen in this country, that included a commitment to build 1,000 houses, and I'm delighted to say that we're just about to hit the target of that over 1,000 houses being contracted. And we could not have done that without the partnerships and relations we had. So thank you, and I think everyone should give themselves a round of applause for that. We're also investing in good job opportunities through our trade training, apprenticeships and school partnerships. One of the success stories is right here at Rotorua Boys High Academy. Last year, out of the 18 boys in the program, 12 are now in apprenticeships. The homes that have been, these are homes that have been built locally, and they are being used for housing locally. Elsewhere in the Bay of Plenty, Kāinga Ora has academies at Western Heights High School and Opotiki College. The mahi done through Opotiki College is part of the tripartite agreement with Te Whakatohia to deliver local house builds utilising local people, including young rangatahi in their final school year. In the past 4 years, hundreds of young people have been through our Trades Academy and moved into apprenticeships. I call this a success story. Through Kāinga Ora, the government is also partnering with Māori businesses in a similar vein. And I'd also like to acknowledge Andrew McKenzie, the Chief Executive Officer of Kāinga Ora, who is here today. Kāinga Ora often gets a pretty hard time from the opposition benches. It's daring to do something, and it's called building state houses in New Zealand again. And that's something that I celebrate, and something that our government is absolutely proud that we have delivered more state houses than any government in generations. We are building more state houses than any government since Norm Kirk, and that is something that we are rightfully proud of. Some of the examples of the partnering with Māori businesses include examples such as Iconic, a regional build partner in Gisborne, who is building relocatable homes for the East Coast with a goal of creating 45 new Māori apprentices. And Naifare Tipu Limited in Hawke's Bay, who's building Futures Trade Training Pathway for 17 to 26-year-olds, with more than 70 students passing through the program last year. And yet another example of the work underway with iwi is what Kāinga Ora have been doing with a group of Tainui-affiliated trades organisations, guiding them to become a construction partner, now registered as Tainui Trades Collective. This brings joy to my heart. As I think I've explained at this conference before, the doctor part of my name is not a scientist, as many people assumed when I was the Minister of Research, Science and Innovation. But my PhD is in New Zealand history. And my PhD looked at the Māori Trades Training Scheme in the years during and after the Second World War. And what I saw there was a government led by a remarkable individual, a man called Peter Fraser, who saw that we had a housing crisis in New Zealand, but he also saw that we had another crisis in New Zealand, and that was the underemployment of young Māori, and set up and invested in trades training to make sure that there were futures for these young people. I had the absolute privilege of interviewing a number of those trades trainees who'd come down to Christchurch for what they thought was a year or so in the 1950s and 60s, and was still living there. And what a huge impact that initiative had had on their lives. So every time I see our opportunity for our government to be actively involved in trades training, it's something that I'm always very vocal about. If we look around, all around the motu, we can see diggers. You'll know how we are also heavily investing in infrastructure to get land build ready so we can ramp up the housing supply. We're making good progress, including here in Rotorua, which I'll come back to shortly. But we have to do this together, and thank you for your part in this team effort. However, I do know that we are living in challenging times, with things like the rising cost of living and the impacts of climate change, as seen during Cyclone Gabriel, hitting regions that were already hit hard by our housing crisis. Te Tai Taukarau, Tamaki, Te Rairawhiti and Tukitemu. It's been amazing but not surprising to see iwi and hapu coming together to respond, with marae bursting open their doors to help. But this isn't something that should be taken for granted. As a nation, we must be more prepared as severe weather events become more and more frequent. If I look to the response to the cyclone and the flooding, we can see the benefit of these relationships and these partnerships that have been building over the last 5 years. Already in Tairāwhiti, through Whaikainga Whairanga, partnerships with Toitu Tairāwhiti, our focus has adapted to include a necessary pivot to temporary accommodation to whānau in need right now. And this is alongside the significant build program that is already underway. That's also why this government is working on ways we can minimise damage from the future impacts of climate change, including increasing the resilience of our homes, buildings and places, and reducing our carbon footprint while also keeping the lid on spending. This is in addition to the immediate work to get people and whānau out of civil defence shelters and working with the Minister for Cyclone Recovery to integrate the housing rebuild into the government's broader recovery plan through our temporary accommodation service. Our relationships with Māori and iwi will be critical to this. When we talk about active partnerships and getting the job done, our work with iwi and Māori right here in Rotorua is something worth shouting about. It is having real impacts. Last December, in response to a housing crisis that was decades in the making, with new housing supply not keeping up with population growth, we established the Rotorua Housing Accord, an agreement between Government, Rotorua Lakes Council and Te Arawa Iwi, including Ngāti Whakaiwē, to work together to build a better housing and urban future for Rotorua using everybody's collective insights, strengths and experience. So how are we doing? Development has been sped up with a huge uptake in new dwelling consents. We've been making significant investments in infrastructure, including $55 million to enable residential developments and $84.6 million for stormwater improvements. We've modernised planning rules to make it easier to move to higher density housing, including in Papakanga. We have around 300 public homes under construction or planned for delivery by the end of 2024. And this is significant. In the previous decade, under the previous government, Rotorua had seen a net loss of 42 houses in Rotorua. And then people asked why we had people living in motels. Our government won't be reducing the number of public houses that we have in this location. We are adding to it. And I'm proud of each and every house that we see that has a whānau that has moved into it and is making their life there. Additionally, through Whaikainga Whairanga, we have invested $19.8 million in Ngāti Whakaiwē Tribal Lands Manawa Gardens development to enable over 100 homes, including 20 affordable rentals. There's $12.5 million in Ōwhata 2B to support the development of 93 homes on Tūturi Whenua Māori. And there's $4.2 million through a Maihi Partnership grant to support the delivery of 17 public homes with Ngāti Uwenuku Kōpako in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. We are already seeing significant progress towards reducing reliance on motels and emergency housing, with the number of motels used, the number of people in motels, and the number of people waiting for a public home decreasing over the last year. But we still have a way to go. But with our enduring Rotorua Housing Accord partnership and progress on a pipeline of new housing, including Māori housing projects, we are well on the way. We are starting to see those hopeful green shoots of change. We are also partnering with iwi and Māori through the Land for Housing program to support housing supply at scale, predominantly through commercial partnerships. In total, our Land for Housing program has acquired more than 315 hectares of land that will result in an estimated 9,891 more homes, and about 25% of these will be sold at affordable prices for first home buyers or made available for public housing. So there's a lot of information there, but to wrap it up, thanks to this sustained effort combining national system-wide changes and local level partnerships, we are seeing those green shoots. And of course, events like this National Māori Housing Conference helps connect people and organisations across Aotearoa to drive further change. I'm honoured to be part of this kaupapa. Our commitment to working with you or getting the job done is stronger than ever. Let's continue to do this together. Thank you.
Housing Minister, the Honourable Dr. Megan Woods, homaira te pakipaki anō e whama. Join in e te whānau. Join in. Kia ora. A few key points there e te whānau, just to wrap that up. We are starting to see those hopeful green shoots of change. Partnership is key, and race-baiting rhetoric by anyone is not helpful. Tēnā koe te minita. Our next speaker is a straight shooter and will likely take offence at, well, anything I say. I'm a journalist. So I'll keep his introduction brief. He wears many pōtai and has many skills. He has dedicated his life to supporting and encouraging the well-being of his communities and his iwi. E te iwi, homaira te pī ki pakipaki mō te minita take Māori, me te minita whare tuarua mō ngā kāinga Māori, the Honourable Willie Jackson.
A tēnā tātou, kei ngā maunga whakahi, kei ngā aua whakatere tātou, kua whakawhiti nei tēnā no tātou katoa. Ki ngā mate, kai te tautoko ngā mihi ki ngā mate, nō reira ngā mate haere, ki tērā wāhi whakarere ai te kaihana mō tātou. Ka nui tēnā kia koutou, te aroa i whakarangatira au mātou i tēnei wā, tēnei te mihi kia koutou. E honore nui ki te haramai wainga nui a koutou, ki te tautoko tēnei kaupapa, tino ātā hui tēnei rā, nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā no tātou katoa. Lovely to be here. And, geez, big crowd here today, and it's only right, I suppose, that we acknowledge a few people here, as our previous minister did. And first and foremost, I have to acknowledge the MP for the Waiariki, Rawiri Waititi. Good to see you, brother. And Megan gives all her aroha, she didn't mean to miss you. I said to my table, watch out, I'll get up and do a haka, but I want to acknowledge the brother here for knowing me here for his horrible texts to me during the week in Parliament and being a pain in the butt, basically. But no, he's done a terrific, seriously, he's done a terrific job for Waiariki. We have to give credit where credit's due. And he's always advocating the kaupapa, and we have a lot of fun in the house, eh? So, umai te pakipaki forever. I want to acknowledge also my brother Tamati over here, Tamati Coffey, who's finishing his term this year. You know, he should have been the MP for the Waiariki, but I want to say seriously though, I'm really proud of his mahi, as Rawiri is in terms of advocating for our people, particularly in the housing space. It's been a major kaupapa for Tamati, and thank you, Tamati, from me, from our Maori caucus, and from, I think, the people here for your wonderful mahi. Also today, we've got Tama Pōtaka from the National Party. As you can see, he's a very lonely, sort of miserable individual. On his own, you know. Well, I know what you're laughing at, it's true. And he's over there, you know, we look after him, you know, all the Māoris, you know, because it's a sad state of affairs in the National Party, you know. But Tama, you know, he was a wonderful lawyer, you know, and he's a politician now. So, but I want to mihi to you, brother. Good to see you here, and we're not looking at all forward to your speech later on. Also, to my tuahine and whanaunga Marama Davidson, lovely to have her here, and I'm sure you heard her this morning. She was so pleased that Stuart Nash got into the news a day or two ago. And she will apologise one day, but not to a certain group. But lovely to have my whanaunga here also. And before I finish, and I've sort of changed the speech today a little bit at the start, because Annette Sykes came up to me and said, I want a copy of your speech because I'm going to give you the boot tonight in the after dinner. So I thought, bugger you, Annette, I might just change the whole bloody speech. But good to see her, though. God. It's a bit like Rawiri, you know, they're in that's your... And she's a whanaunga to my wife too. But anyway, I'm sure you'll enjoy her dinner speech tonight with regards to Māori housing. But finally, I do want to thank the Minister. I want to thank Megan Woods, because, you know, a lot of you didn't think any Pākehā could roll out by Māori, for Māori kaupapa, did you? If you listen to Rawiri, oh no, they couldn't. But they can. And you heard her kōrero today. And that's what it is for us, is about utilising the system so we can get the best outputs. And so some of us have made that decision to get within a mainstream setup so we can get with Pākehā politicians like Megan Woods, who's my old mate. We used to be in the Alliance. Her and I were in the Alliance many years ago, and I'm proud to work alongside her as our lead. She's our main Minister for Housing. And it's really good Pākehā talking about by Māori, for Māori solutions. Strategically, it works. I tell you, maybe we need some of them on co-governance too, but that's another story. And we're not talking co-governance today. You know, when I think of Māori in terms of housing, I do think of our karaua, Tā Toby, who, you know, was a great advocate in that area. He was a teacher, innovator, leader. And his story, his upbringing is well known, I think, to everyone. Tā Toby Curtis. He lived in Rotomā in a public works house, if we call it that. And he described it as a collection of huts joined together. The house had no electricity, and Tā Toby did his homework by candlelight. The next step for him, for the Kraua, was, and his whānau, was Mapauriki on Lake Rotoiti, a one-room building made up of a range of materials, corrugated iron and timber rescued from sites, and lumber felled in the bush by his father. Some of those buildings will stand today, showing the ability of Māori to build things with their own hands. You know, the story of Tā Toby and his whānau is unique, but it is about whānau Māori who are still living rough, still facing challenges in te ao hurihuri, and we are still building things with our own hands. The main difference, and you've heard it today, and you'll hear it from other speakers too, is that this is a government that understands that Māori have the solutions, and we are committed to rebuilding the system and resourcing Māori to provide resolutions in their own community. That's what Tā Toby challenged people like myself, and I've known him. I knew him for many years because he was an uncle to my wife, great friends with our whānau. And that was always his challenge through the years, and it's a challenge that I always carry and front up to, and it's something that I think advocates have to address. We all know Māori have been let down by their housing system for decades. There are critical gaps for whānau Māori in the housing system. We're aiming to plug those gaps by changing the system and narrative, by partnering with iwi and Māori organisations and putting Māori at the heart of New Zealand's approach to housing. The Y2750 kaupapa, the Housing and Services Inquiry, is identifying the significant intergenerational impact of years of failure to meet the housing needs of whānau Māori. These impacts are familiar to Māori: the poor quality of existing Māori housing, lack of new housing supply, and whānau increasingly being priced out of home ownership or even rentals has been growing for years. We know this. We have seen racism firsthand. Māori have experienced it economically. I can go back to when my parents in the 60s were looking for rental accommodation, being shut out of rental accommodation. There have been obstacles that Māori have faced that other races and other whānau don't know about. This has been exacerbated, of course, by the housing shortage and the global pandemic. So the focus on Māori-led solutions is enabling Māori and the Crown to better identify needs at a local level and deliver housing solutions by taking a by Māori for Māori approach. The steps on this journey have included He Whare Ahuru He Oranga Tangata, the Māori Housing Strategy 2014, which sought to enable a kaupapa Māori-led approach through the Māori Housing Network, managed by my agency Te Puni Kōkiri, to achieving positive Māori housing outcomes. The Mahi Framework for Action, which sets out the government's approach to be deliberate, to respond, review and reset the housing system to achieve equitable outcomes for Māori. We established the Mahi Whare Wānanga as a way for Crown officials and Māori to engage and monitor the progress, and the development of the new National Māori Housing Strategy, Maihi Kaora, followed by the implementation plan, which sits alongside the government policy statement, housing and urban development, and will guide the system for another 30 years. You've heard about whai kainga, whai oranga, and I'm proud of that partnership, and it's the biggest, largest investment in terms of Māori housing in history. We're talking 730 million since budget 2021, and we've made significant inroads into speeding up the Māori-led housing supply. And that, for me, it was terrific to see my agency, Te Puni Kōkiri, working with our mainstream agencies. We set ambitious goals, to build 1,000 new homes, undertake repairs and maintenance to 700 homes, and provide infrastructure support for 2,700 homes. This year, we take the time to celebrate the success our partnerships have delivered and the targets we have reached. Of the 1,000 homes to be delivered, we have approved up to 1,003. Of the 700 homes for repairs and maintenance, we've approved up to 415. And of the 2,700 sites requiring infrastructure support, we have enabled up to 1,520. This is a great result for whānau who desperately need a home. Whai kainga, whai oranga provides for immediate housing delivery and repairs, and more importantly, it will support Māori-led regional groups to scale up their housing delivery over the next 5 to 10 years. Māori were clear they wanted the government to create space for Māori. We've been saying this for years. You'll be saying this today. It's been happening. It happens at every hui I've been to in the last 40 years. I've been going to hui for a while. And I understand it. We understand it. We are listening. We need to be listening because our people are in a space where they're saying, we can do this. We just need the space. So whai kainga, whai oranga creates that space to allow Māori housing solutions. That's what we want, Māori housing solutions to thrive. Te Tuapapa Kura Kainga and Te Puni Kōkiri collaborated to move at pace to invest in the pipeline of Māori-led developments and repairs and to address immediate need. In terms of iwi prototypes, the innovative commissioning is shifting the way, this innovative way of commissioning is shifting the way we look at Māori housing solutions. We're doing stuff that has never been done. Never been done. I don't even want to sort of be disrespectful to previous governments, but this iwi housing partnership kaupapa is working. You look at the 3 iwi prototypes that were signed with Kauru Ora Taranaki Iwi Collective, Jamie Tuto, who's sitting with us today. Fantastic in terms of the work Jamie and them are doing. Toi Tu Tai Rāwhiti, East Coast. Willie Te Aho over here. You all know Willie Te Aho? Do we all know Willie? Stand up, Willie. Stand up, Willie. Show everybody who you are. He's not going to stand up. I want to mihi to this fella, one of the greatest advocates for Māori in terms of housing you'll ever come across. Can be a bit like Rawiri sometimes, but, it's the whānau Apanui side, eh? But what an advocate for our people on the coast, His saving grace, of course, is Ene Wehi, Wool, who is the good cop, bad cop partnership of the East Coast. They make things happen, you know, and proud of his work. Not so sure of his emails, but proud of his work in terms of the mahi that he's doing for our people on the coast, you know. Fantastic. Kahungunu, also mihi ana kia koutou, kei konei tēnei rā. Chrissy and them, are they all here? Oh, maybe not. But if they were here, I would mihi to Kahungunu, and particularly our man Ngahiwi, tō moana, and of course, who started it, and then Baden, what's Baden's last name? I forgot Baden's. But God, I'm terrible, eh? Sorry, Baden. It's just that he's a member of the Maori party, eh, Rawiri, and I always forget his thinking. They all are. Bloody Baden.
Welcome to our conference.
Shush. But Baden, I will say with Baden and Kahungunu, they're just terrific in terms of the work that's happening. Hard to follow on in the footsteps of Ngahiwi, 25 years as a chair, and just doing the business in terms of Kahungunu, challenging us, challenging me. That's what it's all about. And of course, in Northland Iwi Hapu Ahu Whenua Trust, we've got a 55 million prototype delivery model that will see 80 to 100 affordable rental homes and up to 110 infrastructure sites by 30th of June 2025. And of course, Peter Tipene driving that kaupapa up there. So our people are doing it. Our people are doing it, you know, whether it's Willie or Jamie or Whare in Taranaki, Pita in the north, you know, the foundation's been laid down. House by house, whānau by whānau, we're working together to address housing needs. Ngāti whakaue, we know what you're doing. Along with iwi across the country, you're walking the talk when tackling home ownership rates. For instance, a percentage of homes that Ngāti Whakaue bill will be sold to Ngāti Whakaue descendants. This could include close to 150 homes. This is a great result. This is what we're doing, looking after our people. It's an example of what partnership looks like, with the government investing $55 million to fund the infrastructure towards the builds. This investment includes $35 million for improvements to State Highway 30, expected to be completed by mid-2023. The improvements through to Wharenui Road will address key transport constraints to future stages of Ngāti Whakaue Tribal Lands Wharenui Rise development. A further $20 million was committed to Rotorua Lakes Council for other enabling infrastructure for Wharenui Rise. This included $5 million for local roading improvements and $15 million for sewage and stormwater infrastructure. Also, new intergenerational housing project targeted at public and affordable housing, which will be built over 3 stages to be completed in the next 6 years. The Manawa Gardens development, located on 16 hectares of Māori titled land owned by Ngāti Whakaue tribal lands on Wharenui Road, close to the Wharenui Rise development. This exciting new development will provide a community-focused, environmentally friendly living space, obviously with affordable homes, but best of all, you know, kaumātua housing for our people. The investment will result in the building of 1,100 new homes at Wharenui Rise, bringing much-needed housing to the whānau and communities of Ngāti Whakaue. We know that we cannot tackle the housing crisis alone. So I want to mihi to Ngāti Whakaue, and well done with your runner-up position. Tamati told me to remind you of that. And should have won it, eh? But well done, Ngāti Whakaue, in terms of what happened there. But you're an example of a great partnership, and an example of what we're trying to do as a government in terms of tackling the housing crisis. I'm coming to the end, am I? Okay, well, that's a shame. But in terms of, I've just started, you know. In terms of whenua Māori, you know, this is a kaupapa we all talk about. We know that whānau Māori want to utilise their whenua to build homes. Our people have been advocating for years to reduce the legal, financial and other systemic barriers which has prevented this. As a government, We're working to unpack that. You know, we've seen some of our mahi through turu whenua. We want our people to be able to use their whenua. In August this year, ministers came together to discuss how to work together collectively to address those barriers, working on options to reduce or remove barriers to finance and potentially create new vehicles for whānau to access finance to build on Māori freehold land. We know the barriers to building on whenua Māori are long-standing and complex, and solutions to address them will take some time, but the government is committed to working with iwi Māori. I want to thank Te Matapihi for their ongoing advocacy for these issues. And in terms of Papakanga, finally, can I draw us to Papakanga, because reconnecting whānau back to their tūranga waiwai and living in a kaupapa Māori way has been incredibly important, and we're seeing how that happens. We know that good quality housing is a key factor in the well-being of everyone, but Papakanga strengthens our whānau in more ways than one. I want to thank TPK, because they've been leading this, a lot of the program across the motu to ensure whānau have good quality and housing that is dry and secure for whānau, and doing the work in terms of supporting mokopuna and families across the motu. Finally, I want to acknowledge the massive mahi that's gone into this conference. Thank you for this opportunity. It's good to, I suppose, remind people that, you know, we are a government fixed on supporting by Māori for Māori solutions. We are a government also that inherited a housing crisis. Never forget that. We came off the back of a group of politicians who did not invest in Māori partnerships, who sold off state rentals, we inherited a crisis, but I think we're building the framework and building the support that our people need. Thank you very much. It's been an honour talking today. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā no tātou, katoa.
Ho mai rā te pakipaki. It may be Thursday at te whānau, but Sunday came early. Willie Jackson delivered some roasting. Rawiri, kei te pēha? Kei te pai? Tama pōtaka, kei te pai koe? I'm not going to ask how Annette Sykes is, because she's the toughest mana wahine that I know. Kei te pai ia. I told you he was a straight shooter, that's why I got in there early. Ka re ia I whakaputa kōrero mo tana tino kai whakahoha, tana kairi poata whakahoha. All right, we're going to take a quick little break from politics for now. In a minute, we will hear from the National Party. We will hear from National Party MP Tama Pōtaka shortly. But first, we're going to have a quick kōrero about transitional and kaumātua housing. I want to invite Nireaha Pirika up onto the stage to paint us a picture of the experience and the realities of his whānau, his hapu, his iwi, in regards to this kaupapa. And then we will hear from the National Party MP, Tama Pōtaka. Nireaha, kei konei koe? Tēnā koe. Nau mai te pāpā.
Kia ora tātou. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou. Ko wai au. Ko Nireaha Pirika taku ingoa. Ko whakapau ngākau, ngā pai maunga o oku tupuna, rangi tārere, au unu ko kōpako. Tū te niu, me te roro tarangi. Ko puke poto te maunga, ko waingahe tawa e rere atu putu atu ki te rotorua nui a ka humatomo moi. Ko ruamata te marae, ko te ure o unuku kōpako te iwi, ko ngā tīta kanoa te hapu. Ngā mihi atu kia koutou. Before we get started, I want to introduce this guy on my left. This guy has been on this journey with myself right from the very start. He's got a white face, but we don't see him as a Pākehā. The way we see him is that he married my cousin. Yeah. And with that, his children are Ngāti Unuku Kōpako. His grandchildren are Ngāti Unuku Kōpako. So he's whānau. However, his origins date all the way back to the Vikings. He does have some Māori blood, and he hails from Putararu. So, Ralph.
Kia ora koutou. Ralph Mosen. I married into the hapu 40 years ago, and my princess informed me very quickly that I married the hapu, not just her. And we've worked ever since. So we're going to split this up a little bit in two parts. Nidia is going to talk about the journey that got us underway, and then I'll finish off with a little bit just talking about the partnerships that got us over the line.
Ka pai. We actually make a good tag team when we're dealing with the likes of government departments and local government. He's usually the bad guy and I'm the good guy. But however, we get a lot of things done that way. It all hinders around relationships, and I heard that a lot during this wānanga here. And we see the same thing. You've got to build a trusting relationship. If there's no trust, then there's a no-go. And also part of our whole journey has been about listening, about, hearing their side, but they also got to hear our side. And at the end of the day, it's not their outcome, it's our outcome. And we need to be strong on that. So through this journey, we started way back in 2010, and I'm going, where the hell was I when we had this New Zealand Māori housing conferences? This is our first time at a conference. But however, everything that's been said, we've also followed. So that's cool. We're all on the same wavelength when we're talking about Māori in general. So when we started way back in 2010, we sent out a needs analyst survey to our people. Out of that needs analyst survey, about 28% we got returned, which I thought, oh, gee, that's not very good. But we were told later, oh no, that's a pretty good rate. So going from there, 100% within that needs analyst survey told us there was a concern about housing way back in 2010. So we followed that travel. That pathway in 2012, we bought the whenua. It had to be in Aotearoa, and it's also straight across from the Rotakawa School, which will be returned to the hapu as well. So that was a good place to start our housing, and there was already housing on there, substandard, but it was still something that we could still offer our people. And again, it is about looking after our people. It's not about making money, it's about looking after our people. How do we do that when we got nothing? So we've got to start somewhere. If we keep talking about it, then you're still getting nowhere. So we've been the doers, and getting this off the ground for our hapu. And I must mihi to the Minister, Megan Woods. She actually said unuku kōpako pretty well. Yeah. Ngā mihi mō tō api mō tātou hapu, no reira ngā mihi. Anyway, she forgot to mention it wasn't 4.2, it was 4.2 plus GST. Yeah? So it was actually 4.8 mil. And you got to also factor that in. If you're not GST registered, you got to put that in and make sure that they put that in the grant for when you do these builds. So going back to where we ended up with kāinga order, there wasn't too much success with kāinga order, to be honest. I think they wanted too much, and it was their kaupapa, not ours. So, but however, we stuck in there, and we actually formed a relationship with the guys that were there representing kāinga order. But then came the opportunity with the Māori group, and this is where it all took off for us at Uanuku Kōpako. So with the Māori group, and we've had a lot of challenges over that time. I think it was around about 2020, I think, that we got when Māori group came on board with us. But ever since that, you know, we've had problems with COVID, we've had problems with supply of materials, we've had increases in prices. We've actually also had weather. Yeah, we've had break-ins into our whares. But moving forward, we still need to supply a house, a home for our people. So, and I heard today, a house, we can supply a house. I think that's the easy part. You now have to turn that house into a home, and that home to create a thriving community. And that's what we're trying to do in our Papakanga at Uanuku Kōpako. Still early days. I'm pretty sure that we're going to find some ups and downs. But if we work for it, communicate. Communication is a big word. How often do people communicate to each other? It's still about building relationships with our whānau. So we want to take our people back to where they were taken from. So way back in the day, under the Public Works Act, our people were moved out of our area and placed at Port Block. A lot of you people may know where Port Block is. So they were moved on the other side of Rotorua, disconnecting them to their whenua. We want to bring them back. We want Ngāti Uanuku Kōpako to thrive. But if we are thriving, then everybody around us will thrive. That's what we're trying to create. Not just for Uanuku Kōpako, but everybody that's in our rohe. We must take care of our people, because this is what this is about, isn't it? It's about our people. Māori. Māori in general. And what that grant has done to us has enabled us. And I heard Willie Jackson talk about enable. That's exactly what it's doing. It's enabling us to thrive. Still early days. But, you know, all the speakers that have been prior to us, awesome kōrero. And it was good to hear that a lot of what they were talking about, we also went through that and implemented as well. But like I said, where the hell were we 10 years ago? We could have been here a lot earlier. However, it is what it is. But we're glad that we are able to provide for our people, and that, you know, going forward is the hard bit. We got to make a house, a home. And one of the things that we also, I heard from Ngāti Tahu, Ngāti Whāua, was about bringing those children up. And we are also looking at providing for our children within our homes. You've got to start somewhere. We're starting small. However, I thought we weren't going to start another project, but we're looking into another project that will look into housing a lot of our single parents where there is a need here in Rotorua. But we saw our first priority as family and children to start with. We've only got 15 homes on the property. It's a start.
Kia ora, Ned. For those of you who walked through Kakaharoa yesterday, you'll see that we've designed a Papakanga, a genuine Papakanga, and it all came from a series of seminars up at Ōwhata Marae back in 2013, and it identified the hapu wanted east side to be child friendly, and the hapu took that on board. We've been advocating over many different taki around child friendly east side Rotorua, and when we got into the process of developing the Papakanga, that was the first and foremost thing that we put at the top of our mind. And with regards to relationships, there's been a lot of them that we've developed over the journey, and Nedia has talked about Kāinga Ora. We've had some wonderful conversations with them, walked down a few pathways that didn't quite lead to where we could go any further, and we had to backtrack and start again. But that was in the early days when, to be fair, we didn't know what we didn't know, and it was very early days for Kāinga Ora also. Things started to move when we got involved with Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and I've got to put a special word in here. Some of you might or might not know her, and that was Trudy Whitlow from MHUD. She worked for Kararaina. Now, she was a little blonde Aussie battler, but boy, did she work for us, and she really made things happen, and to the extent that Nedia Har and myself, we didn't even have to write up an application form. She did it all for us and really assisted us through the channels which we didn't know we had to go through, but she delivered a grant. Now, we also had a very special relationship with Habitat for Humanity. Very early on, we decided that we did not want to be the landlord. Nedia Har did not want to be the ogre going and knocking on the auntie's door and saying, "Hey, auntie, you haven't paid your bill today." You know, so we decided that we wanted a community housing provider. We needed income-related rental subsidies to make the project viable because we didn't have the cash to do the building all ourselves. And we had a good look around, and when we had a look at Habitat, we saw that the synergy between the kaupapa of Habitat and what our trust had put together as their strategy in strategic meetings, they almost dovetailed. So it was a no-brainer for us. And the relationship with Habitat has managed to bring not only written undertakings from MHUD that will get market rental for 10 years on our properties, which we could then take and put in front of our bank, which services a mortgage. So basically, it's Kāinga Ora, it's Te Puni Kōkiri, it's MSD, it's Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, all partners in the Maihi Group, it's Habitat, and it is also BNZ, who have come kicking and screaming into the 20th century over the 2-3 years that we've been talking with them, but they have made some very significant changes within BNZ as well. So it wouldn't have happened without any one of all of those partners working together. And of course, underlying it all has been the support of the aunties and the uncles. We have had amazing support from the hapu, because yes, we are a reasonably big hapu. We've how many beneficiaries? 7,000 all up on whakapaunaka aggregated. But we don't have a lot of resourcing available to us, so it has been an interesting journey. We both swore we'd never ever do it again once we got over the line. Well, you saw those houses that on the 19th of next month we will officially open, and we're already planning our next development, which will be 50 houses. So watch this space. Maybe in 2 years' time we can talk to that.
I have a bit of a whittle to our ministers. They give a amount to Kāinga Ora at a very low interest rate. Why can't they give it to Māori? I'm seeing that as a whittle to our ministers. It could be, this is election year. And I must apologise, Pōtaka. I've known Pōtaka only just recently. He was on our tag board, and he's gone and run away and taken up the political arena. But however, this is election year. I think you should be looking at making it easier for Māori to provide for their own. And by doing that, the interest rate at the moment is 8.5, which is way higher than we ever thought it would reach. Way back in the day when we got the grant, it was sitting around about 3%. Now it's 8.5, it's jumped quite a bit. But the Treasury can surely give money to the Māori, and like that thing said, it was about, you give us the resource and just bugger off. We know what we need to provide. Yeah, and I totally agree with some of the comments that's come from all the key speakers, and it's awesome. It's awesome. Awesome kōrero. Kia ora tātou, ngā mihi atu kia koutou katoa.
Ho mai anō te pakipaki mō Ngāti Uenuku kōpako, especially ahead of the opening of their kāinga next month. Kia ora. Kātia hikama. Our next speaker is new to Parliament, but not to advancing the well-being of his communities and his iwi. On the campaign trail, they dubbed him the Energizer Bunny. And if you've ever seen him waving a political hoarding around, you'll know exactly why. Now, it will take a lot of energy to tackle a major issue like housing. It will also take a plan. So, what are the priorities of the National Party heading into the October election? E te iwi homaira te pakipaki mō te mema pāremata mō Hamilton West, te mema pāremata mō te pāti nā hinara ko tama pōtaka.
Ngā mate o te rā ui e tai ki e, haku koe ke o Ngāti Whakaue i hoake, pūmanawa e waru o te aroa kia ora. Kia rongo anō ngā manu tiori me ngā nutu kāka o te aroa rohe ki te matatini ki ngā ana wai, e mihi ana ai ki te kōrero. He uri hoki i iti o tērā kapahako Ngāti Whakaue, nā Ngāti Whiti Kaupeka. Nā reira tēnā koutou katoa. Malcolm Short, Ray Morihana, David Thomas, koutou te pai pūte o Ngāti Whakaue, koinei te rauro iti a haere mihi ana, Wayne Knox, me ngā mātango te matapihi ngā mihi manahau. Being the understudy of James Brown helping Ngāi Taiki Tāmaki build communities was excellent preparation for Beltway politics. Iwi organisations are a superb training ground for parliamentary life. The diversionary tactics, the personalities, the unpredictability, the illogic and the humility required. But I wanted to pay special mention to my whanaunga, my kūrai whanaunga Jamie, Hemi, Liana Wharehoka, kei aku upoko tātarakihi for the Taranaki Maunga settlement a Popo, tēnā koutou. Big shout out also to Pikiao, another Judge Tahana on the way, Annette Sykes told me there's something in the water at Tapuai Haruru. My kōrero today is about spending on public housing. We need to spend with purpose, simplify access to funding for suitable organisations including CHIPS and iwi. We need housing across the spectrum, especially affordable rentals, and to remove the funding maze. National expects funding to be straightforward. You should not have to win the Krypton factor or be Deputy Commissioner Wallace Homaha to work this out. We want people in decent homes, building strong whānau. I actually heard about this hui through my beautiful wife, Ariana Paul, who was scheduled to appear here as the manukura of Amutai. She has now returned for the third time to Te Wānanga o Aotearoa. Can't get enough. I was looking forward to hearing from her for the 18th time this week, and I'm sure you'd rather see her on stage than me. As many of you know, she's got empathy, wisdom and beauty. It must be that tūwhare toa manipoto roika wa whakapapa, Gina Rangi. Anyway, I wanted to acknowledge Minister Woods, Jackson and Davidson, and our ringatu minata Rawiri Waititi me tana tuarua tāmati for your presence. Matua Wiri, he's walked out already. I heard the procurement announcement the other day. In my view, non-central government organisations like Amutai are more suitable to spearhead procurement objectives rather than TPK or IMBI funding one another and their consultant mates. However, I digress. Housing significantly impacts nearly every aspect of New Zealand society: homelessness, equality, poverty, productivity, and all the other illities that you know. MSD admitted last week that the way people will continue to be placed along Fenton Street and surrounds over the last 5 years has led to a number of consequences. Unintended, mostly foreseeable. Surprise, surprise, crime and intimidatory behaviour. Not a surprise to me or anyone with an interest in Rotorua or the people in Ulster Street in Hamilton West, where there are up to 600 to 800 kids in emergency housing right now in Hamilton West and Hamilton. There are various factors contributing to our housing challenges, especially land supply. In addition, tax arrangements and until recently global interest rates, construction costs and population have all hindered affordable housing. I get the wairua wobbles when people tell me that building a Homestar 6 equivalent house costs $5,000 per square metre for the build cost, although I do hear that Willie Te Aho is doing it for $2,500 including GIST. But that could be down to the efficiency he achieves in Gizzy when you have Waikato expertise alongside you. Kia ora whaia, Linda Te Aho. Now, Kirihi Pihopa, also known as Chris Bishop, is National Spokesperson for Housing Infrastructure, Urban Development and RMA and sends his apology. He is the maverick and I'm the tamahehe rooster. I'm the Associate Housing, Māori Development Spokesperson for the National Party, and in my role I focus on social and emergency housing. Now, if you have real concerns and complaints with KO and MHUD, send me an email. I'm happily receive those. Thank you. National is absolutely focused on making sure we get the housing framework right. This reinforces our values around strong whānau, caring communities, equality of opportunity, and limited government. The right to an adequate standard of housing is set out in various international human rights documents like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is not surprising then to me to see all of you here today, not because of the rights documents, but because you have an absolute desire to serve and tautoko your communities, many of whom are in a housing crisis. Ngā mihi mata kui ki koutou. Our approach, New Zealand's approach to housing, and particularly Māori housing, has been suboptimal for decades. The government's role is potentially confused. Public housing is a cost, but are taxpayers getting the outcomes they deserve? Government cannot, and despite what the Labour ministers say, are not the answer to everything. But it can support areas of housing need on a timely basis, like funding for housing demand and support for housing supply. We will not plan for whānau to be in state-owned housing for life or on an intergenerational basis. We just won't do that. We will support, but we won't plan for people to be in state housing for life. To the private sector, housing's a business. It's a revenue-generating exercise. If you don't make money, you go out of business. For the government, public housing is effectively a cost centre. You can nearly keep spending money and still be in the business of taxing people to build houses and look after people. But prudence is important, and we will take care not to end up in Al Bundy politics, giving money without outcomes. We just won't do that. For the taxpayer then, the long-term costs of housing spreads across assets, land, houses, infrastructure, and people, their health, their well-being, law and order. We have motivation to support adequate housing by way of frameworks and provision where suitable, and a core financial responsibility to ensure prudence in the use of taxpayers' money. Where we spend needs to count. Outcomes matter, and you're seeing this play out especially in health outcomes. Whānau, your money is not for government to tax and spend at will. As a result, monitoring and accountability for any public housing outcomes, including Māori housing outcomes, is critical, and it will be clinical, but with heart and manawa under national. As you know, New Zealand has some of the least affordable housing in the developed world, whether we are measuring by price to income ratio or other measure. Whilst prices for market housing have recently come down a little in most locations, partly as a function of the soaring inflation and interest rates, market housing is still out of reach for most whānau because of cost. A mere quarter of Māori own our own home, while 40% of non-Māori own their own home. The dream of home ownership is slipping for many unless we deliver outcomes more effectively. One concerning reality, which Shamabeel will know about, is the real credit to support builders and ultimately homeowners is drying up very quickly. We have the biggest credit slowdown since the GFC, and reliable sources tell me that a few builders are struggling to get finance for their own home builds, let alone their developments. That is a worry. But well-positioned organisations will find opportunities as this creeps across New Zealand, and I watch with interest how Helmut Modlik and other well-positioned organisations like Ngāti Toa swivel decisively over the next 12 to 18 months. Separately, some commentators suggest there are 300,000 whānau living in inadequate housing in God's own. You and I could guesstimate more than a third of these families are whānau Māori. I'm sure everyone in this room knows people living in poor housing. Look, my mother and father did for years, 40 years, and despite my suggestions, they would never buy a heat pump. Some parents and grandparents do hard really well, but really sadly. Whilst there have been some small housing wins, we know that we have collectively failed to enable and provide enough adequate housing and amenity for our growing and ageing population. We've also failed to look after all the assets and all the people that need to be housed in public housing in a manner that genuinely reduces exposures to them, increases their mana and enhances their mana and taxpayers over time. That public housing is nearly 80,000 homes made up mainly of social housing, with many of them requiring replacement, and we still have a waiting list of 24,000 whānau. That is mind-blowing. E oku rangatira, rua nuku ruahine, I appreciate the mahi that each and every one of you do here to tautoko these whānau Māori to access adequate housing and create homes, some through repairs like Kāu Ora, some through Papakanga housing like Te Aute College Old Boy, Zach Makware, leading the charge in Te Hauke. I always have to say Te Aute somewhere in my speeches. And others through wily leveraging of commercial arrangements and facilitating iwi ownership of market housing and occupation of public housing, and the same development like Waikato Tainu with Te Kārearea and Kirikiriroa. But some of these moving numbers are just worthwhile canvassing quickly. Rents since 2017 up on average $175 per week, helping the government make the cost of living crisis harder. The social housing waitlist numbers going from 5K to 24K whānau who can't access housing, create homes, support their whānau. Worse still, that was prior to the recent floods and Cyclone Gabrielle. The number not on the list, ko waikahua, ko waikatohu. People with the highest need, 820 waitlist, are waiting on average 421 days for a state home. That's a long time to wait. That Kiwi dream slipping away, turning into a nightmare. And about 14,000 of the lead applicants on that waitlist are Māori, so I'm assuming 3 per whānau, 40,000 Māori waiting to get into public housing. 3/4 in Northland, Auckland, Waikato Bay, plenty in the East Coast. $750 million may be underdone. There are now 3,000 Kiwi whānau in emergency housing, and we're spending $1 million a day on motels and hotels in places like Hamilton West. Like you, I'm really concerned. No amenities, no facilities, no hope. And Ulster Street and Hamilton West, like Fenton Street, is now a racing track for pack and save trolleys outside emergency hotels. This is one area where government failure to deliver must stop and government success in delivery must start. The number will explode more if we don't get on the tools faster. And finally, $4 billion a year just on helping emergency and rentals through accommodation supplement and the IRR. The question that I have to answer for myself is, what is government's role in public housing? It's to ensure those who need get a decent start or restart to, one, build their home, and tuarua, build stronger whānau to help them get back to independence. We are mindful of the long-term costs of government support in housing, and we won't sit back and see so many people slipping into state dependence and socialist intervention for their entire lives. We won't do it. We will act. But houses, the actual asset, they're agnostic as to who lives in them. The intersection of how we build and look after the housing-related assets and how we look after people using those assets is the critical nexus for the government's role in public housing. It's not just the fancy infrastructure and going down to ITM and placemakers and getting, it's actually looking after the people. That's where there's a lot of action. And we're really keen as the National Party to work with people who want to bring that public housing register down, the waitlist down, and eliminate any permanency in homelessness, emergency and social housing. Now let's face it, no one except my daughter and maybe John Tamahere on Awerangi's advice knows everything. Some things have worked over the past few years in government provision around housing, but some have not. Kiwi Build did not work. The aspiration of 100,000 affordable sellers was glorious, but delivery was terrible, and anyone who concludes otherwise probably believes in the Easter Bunny. Land for housing, whereby funding provided has to be recycled in due course, this has actually worked okay. And under the previous national government, under people like Nick Smith, that really encouraged iwi investment in housing through Land for Housing in Tāmaki Makaurau. It worked, it works in some places, but not all, and it really depends on an appreciating land value and competence to deliver a product at a certain cost for takeout, whether it's public, private, or a mix of both. Ditto infrastructure like the $50 million COVID response infrastructure fund, not too similar from the Land for Housing arrangements, that was a goer and could be given more bandwidth under an incoming national government. UDA, STP arrangements, I can't even recall if there is one 3 years later. And I've met some great people in Kāinga Ora, but my overarching impression is that the breadth of the mandate and product mix they're expected to deliver is too wide. The organisation thinly spread and there are funding challenges. I'm surprised at times when Kāinga Ora gets involved in competing in land purchases, especially with iwi and Māori organisations. They're competing for the same piece of land, driving the price up towards Ranginui, crunching affordability when the keys are handed over. Kararaina Ben Ma, ngā mihi matakoa ko I o mahi whakaharahara ki MHUD. Te tuapapa kura kāinga. Now, Kirihi Pihopa, Chris Bishop recently commented on some national ideas to resolve this crisis. Free up land supply with more competitive markets, ensure infrastructure funding and financing so that infrastructure is not a barrier to new housing, help communities share in the benefits of housing growth, make resource consents cheaper and faster. I don't know if you've read the RMA and the other legislative changes proposed, but that's not convincing that it'll be easier to get a consent for a house and to get it built. Encourage a more competitive building markets, materials market. We need urgent reform on that, and I appreciate the work that the likes of Evergreen, Built Smart, Hector Egger and others are doing to maintain an accessible approach. And stop undermining mums and dads who are landlords and grandpas and grandmas. Interest deductibility for rental properties will be restored and the Bright Line test brought back to 2 years under national. There's been an extraordinary government commitment to support Māori housing, with Minister Henare announcing significant putia in the last year or two. And this mirrors your interest, your intense interest, to take action in the housing space. Now, some iwi and other investment arms have been doing this for years, like Ngāi Tahu, Waikato Tainui, Marutuahu. Recent interest is more around a mix, though, not just market, but market, public, affordable. But there's massively impressive activation of affordable housing outcomes, and I want to thank and acknowledge those with a whānau-centric approach. People like Marama and Ngārimu up at Orake, Vicky, Carol and Tauranga Moana, Mana Newton and Mount Wellington. How Tauhara went to Mount Wellington, no one knows, but we'll figure that out everywhere. Later on, Ngāti Tahu and Ngāti Whao, they're everywhere. The National Party looks forward to the outcomes of the prototypes that have been supported, Kahungunu, Toitu Taira, Tairāwhiti, Kauru Ora and Te Pauahi, particularly with partners like Built Smart. And as they prove themselves out, we will tilt and lean and adapt as the National Party. My expectation is anyone involved in building public housing has a focus on delivering adequate housing for Aotearoa, for New Zealanders at scale, in a timely manner, that's suitable over time and doesn't fall apart in 20 or 30 years. We need homes that are built to last, resilient, well-designed, warm, dry and close to amenities. And I'm reminded of some of those derelict builds that went into GI or Glen Innes a few years ago. Shelley and Mihi Tibble know all about these, Shelley Kātai. The go-garn colours and the funky designs down on Apirana Ave. Everyone knew they weren't going to last, and they've been pushed over by TRC and friends. These were 20-year assets, but we need 50 to 80-year assets, and premiums should be considered for quality and durability. Iwi and Māori organisations are more involved in delivering housing. We're sustainable and competitive, and that could include iwi and Māori involvement across the value chain, as many of you are, supply of land either as freehold or leasehold, enabling flexible tenure, supply of goods and services, builders and potentially owners, providers of pastoral care and manaakitanga for residents. 35% of the registered chips are iwi and Māori organisations, but only 15% of the total public homes being managed by chips are those iwi and Māori organisations. I would like to see that number grow, and a lot more of our whānau who are in the social housing right now, and National will back those organisations who do a great job in this space. National considers the government's role to be less involved in offering a kaleidoscope of products and funding streams, and more geared towards creating the framework for simple access to funding for measurable outcomes. Government should devolve more where suitable across the entire housing spectrum and not seek to dominate the spectrum. It starts with land and infrastructure, spreads to buildings, but most importantly, the people and looking after the people. Good chips will be supported a lot more by National. But Matua James Brown, who I worked for a few years, instilled in me that everyone needs to have a drink. A fair agreed margin for building assets will continue, albeit we recognise the best risk-adjusted return in housing is actually through the rezoning phase rather than at the build phase. The easiest way to make money in housing is to go and buy a farm next to a city that's expanding and wait for someone to rezone it for you. Building public housing to be sustainable and enduring from a liability perspective or a long-term bang for buck is fundamental. That cannot primarily be a margin game. It is a cost to the taxpayers to do this, but that cost needs to provide measurable outcomes for everyone. For us to generally progress Māori housing for Māori at scale, there will need to be a greater focus on pastoral care, manaakitanga, for people living in homes and houses. I will work hard to understand, to listen to you, to see what's going on, to see where people do pastoral care, manaakitanga, very well, because that contributes to the health and well-being of the people, not just the house, but the care that goes with the house over time. And I'm aware that some iwi and Māori organisations already have a demonstrable record helping Māori and actually all New Zealanders. Our approach means the absolute focus will be on people having the ability to access a decent home and to diligently oversee taxpayer costs for creating the asset, managing the asset, and also means that an absolute dynamic mix of provision and pastoral care or manaakitanga will be supported. Co-design, devolution and delivery, I'm not allowed to talk about co-governance, co-design, devolution and delivery is the game. Just like when National funded the first matatini with Duncan McIntyre, the Kohanga Kura movement, the treaty settlement process, and whānau order. Thank you again for your time. I wanted to give you some brief insights, outline some initial ideas, and give you a sense of our direction of travel as we hear about and see some very good mahi that you are individually and collectively undertaking. Clarifying the role of government and housing is critical, and there'll be more to come from National. E te tia, te tā, te nui, e te rahi, o Ngāti Whakaue, puta atu ki ngā pumanawa e waru, nere aha koutou mā, ngā koeke, tēnā koutou katoa.
Hamilton West MP and the MP for the National Party, Tamapōtaka tēnā rā koe. E te iwi tūtū mai I naine, tēnā koa tūtū mai. We're going to do a bit of miri-miri. Please follow me. Take your right hand to your left shoulder. Give it a miri-miri. We've heard some wonderful kōrero this wāhanga. Yes, miri-miri your hoa shoulder to whakapai. Take your left hand and we want to do a quick miri-miri to our right shoulder. A bit of row your boat. Row your boat gently up the awa. Now it's time for lunch e wama haere rā koutou. Ko te wā tinai wama.